On a blazing summer morning in 1966, three innocent souls ventured into the sun-drenched streets of Adelaide, their laughter echoing through suburbia like church bells before a funeral. Jane, 9 years old with eyes that sparkled like morning dew. Arna, 7, whose smile could melt the coldest heart. And Grant, barely 4, clutching his toy bucket with the fierce determination of childhood dreams. They skipped toward Glenelg Beach, their small feet pattering against scorching pavement, unaware that a predator lurked in the shadows, watching, waiting, calculating their destruction with the cold precision of a surgeon's blade. What happened next would shatter a nation's innocence, leaving behind only whispers of terror that still crawl through Australia's collective nightmares. 3 children walked into paradise that morning, but only darkness walked out. This is the story of how evil incarnate stalked the innocent, how a monster wearing a human mask orchestrated the most heinous crime in Australian history, and how their disappearance opened the gates of hell itself. Welcome to a descent into madness, where childhood dreams become funeral shrouds, and where the only witnesses to unspeakable horror are the dead themselves. Welcome to Crime Headquarters. I know many of you enjoy these stories to unwind and drift off to sleep, and tonight, you're in for something truly chilling and tragic. We'll be telling 5 different true crime stories in this video, each one more haunting than the last. So, get cozy, whether you're in bed or somewhere comfortable, and let go of the day. Before you let your mind drift off, take a moment to subscribe, like, share, and comment. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Also, feel free to tell us where you're watching from and what time it is in your corner of the world. Now, take a deep breath, relax, and get ready. This is the story of the Beaumont children, Australia's most haunting mystery. The sun rose like a blood-orange warning over Adelaide on January 26, 1966, Australia Day, a date that would forever be carved into the nation's soul with the jagged edge of unthinkable loss. The Beaumont family home at 109 Harding Street, Somerton Park, stood innocuous among its neighbors, its cream brick facade hiding no secrets yet, its windows reflecting nothing more sinister than morning light. But evil has a way of finding the purest hearts, and on this day, it wore the face of normalcy. Nancy Beaumont stirred first, her maternal instincts pulling her from restless sleep. She had dreamed again of dark waters and children's voices calling from impossible distances, dreams that would later haunt her waking hours like prophetic visions of doom. As she padded barefoot across cold linoleum to prepare breakfast, the house held that peculiar morning silence that speaks of innocence still intact, of a family suspended in the last precious moments before catastrophe strikes. The children's bedroom door creaked open with the persistence of awakening youth. Jane Elizabeth Beaumont, 9 years old and already displaying the protective instincts that would make her a guardian to her younger siblings, emerged first. Her dark hair fell in gentle waves around a face that held wisdom beyond her years, a tragic irony that would become apparent only in hindsight. She possessed that rare quality in children, the ability to sense adult anxieties without understanding their source, making her both vulnerable and eerily perceptive. 7-year-old Arna Kathleen followed, her blonde locks catching the morning light like spun gold. If Jane was the protector, Arna was the heart, the child whose infectious laughter could transform the dreariest day into an adventure. Her eyes, bright blue and trusting, held no knowledge of the darkness that stalked children like her. She moved through the world with the fearless joy of youth, unaware that monsters sometimes wore friendly smiles. 4-year-old Grant Ellis completed this trinity of innocence, his small body radiating the boundless energy of a child for whom the world was still a playground of infinite possibilities. He clutched his favorite toy, a small bucket and spade set, with the fierce possessiveness that only young children understand. To Grant, that bucket represented dreams of sandcastles and buried treasure, not the grave marker it would become in the collective Australian psyche. Nancy watched her children with the complex mixture of love and concern that defines motherhood. Something felt different about this morning, though she couldn't articulate the source of her unease. Perhaps it was the oppressive heat that already shimmered off the pavement despite the early hour, or maybe it was the strange quality of light that seemed to cast longer shadows than physics should allow. Whatever the cause, a chill ran down her spine as she watched her children chatter excitedly about their planned trip to Glenelg Beach. "Can we go early, Mum?" Jane asked, her mature voice carrying undertones of responsibility that would have made Nancy proud under different circumstances. "It's going to be crowded later, and Grant gets tired in the heat." Nancy felt her heart constrict with love and foreboding. Jane's thoughtfulness was both touching and heartbreaking, the kind of maternal instinct that develops too early in some children, as if they sense the world's dangers before their minds can process them. "Of course, darling," Nancy replied, forcing brightness into her voice. "But remember the rules. The rules." How pathetically inadequate those simple guidelines would prove against the sophisticated evil that awaited them. Stay together. Don't talk to strangers. Be back by lunchtime. Such naive faith in the power of parental instructions to shield children from the monsters that prowl society's edges, hunting for exactly such innocence. Grant bounced on his toes with excitement, his small face flushed with anticipation. "Will there be treasure at the beach, Jane?" he asked his eldest sister, his voice carrying that particular musical quality of childhood wonder that would soon be silenced forever. "Maybe," Jane replied, ruffling his hair with an affection that spoke of a bond deeper than mere siblinghood. "But we have to dig deep to find it." How prophetic those words would become. The treasure Grant sought that morning would indeed require deep digging, but it would be investigators' shovels breaking ground in the desperate search for 3 small bodies that would define his legacy. As the children prepared for their adventure, selecting the perfect combination of beach toys and summer clothes, Nancy felt that persistent gnawing anxiety growing stronger. She watched Arna skip through the house, singing an improvised song about seagulls and sandcastles, her voice pure and clear as crystal. It was a song Nancy would replay in her mind 10,000 times in the years to come, each note becoming a dagger of memory. The morning routine continued with deceptive normalcy. Breakfast was eaten with the hurried enthusiasm of children eager to begin an adventure. Orange juice was spilled and quickly cleaned, toast was consumed in hasty bites, and the general chaos of family life provided a comforting backdrop to what should have been just another summer day. But evil was already stirring in Adelaide's shadows. Somewhere in the city, a predator was awakening to his own morning routine, a ritual that would culminate in the destruction of 3 innocent lives. He moved through his preparations with the methodical precision of a surgeon, but his instruments were psychological rather than medical. Charm was his scalpel, trust his anesthesia, and the naive faith of childhood his operating table. This monster had been watching, learning, planning. He knew the patterns of family life, the rhythms of childhood adventure. He understood that parents' vigilance waned during school holidays, that children's excitement made them less cautious, that summer heat made everyone more trusting of strangers offering cool drinks and friendly conversation. The psychology of predation is a dark science, requiring intimate knowledge of human weakness and the perverse patience to wait for the perfect moment to strike. Our killer had studied his craft like a dedicated scholar, learning to identify the telltale signs of families whose guard might be lowered. The tourist families overwhelmed by unfamiliar surroundings, the local families lulled into complacency by routine, the children whose natural trust hadn't yet been corrupted by adult paranoia. As Nancy handed her children their bus fare, 1 shilling and 6 pence each for the return journey, she performed a ritual that millions of parents complete daily without consequence. But sometimes fate transforms the mundane into the tragic, and a simple transaction becomes the last normal interaction between parent and child. "Remember," Nancy said, kneeling to Grant's eye level, her hands gentle on his small shoulders, "stay with Jane and Arna. Don't wander off, and don't go in the water without an adult watching." Grant nodded solemnly, though his attention was already drifting toward the adventure that awaited. At 4 years old, death was an abstract concept, something that happened to flowers in winter or pets that went to sleep forever. He had no framework for understanding that monsters existed who specifically targeted children like him, who saw his innocence not as something to protect but as something to destroy. Jane, with her preternatural sense of responsibility, double-checked their small bag of beach supplies. Towels, sunscreen, drinks, and snacks, the innocent provisions of a family outing that would soon become evidence in the most intensive criminal investigation in Australian history. She had no way of knowing that these items would be photographed, catalogued, and analyzed by forensic experts searching desperately for any clue that might lead them to 3 missing children. Arna danced impatiently by the door, her excitement infectious despite Nancy's growing unease. "Come on, come on," she sang, her voice carrying that particular impatience of childhood that transforms minutes into hours. "The beach is waiting for us." The beach was indeed waiting, but so was something else. At 10:15 a.m., Nancy Beaumont kissed each of her children goodbye, a ritual performed by countless parents every day but made sacred by hindsight. Jane's cheek was warm and soft, still carrying traces of childhood's perfect skin. Arna giggled and squirmed, too excited for extended affection. Grant submitted to his mother's kiss with the patient tolerance of a small boy eager to begin an adventure. "We'll be back for lunch," Jane promised, her voice carrying the weight of mature responsibility. Before 2 o'clock, Nancy watched from the window as her 3 children walked hand in hand down Harding Street, their small figures growing smaller with each step until they disappeared around the corner toward the bus stop. The sight of them, Jane's protective posture, Arna's bouncing gait, Grant's determined stride, would burn itself into Nancy's memory with the permanent clarity of trauma. They looked so small from the window, these 3 souls venturing into a world that seemed benign in the morning sunshine. Nancy had no way of knowing that predators often prefer daylight for their hunting, understanding that darkness makes people suspicious while sunlight breeds complacency. She couldn't know that somewhere in Adelaide, a killer was making his final preparations for an encounter that had been weeks or perhaps months in the planning. The bus ride to Glenelg should have been routine, 20 minutes of suburban scenery rolling past windows, children's chatter mixing with the rumble of diesel engines and the squeal of brakes at familiar stops. But routine is a luxury that exists only in retrospect, and this particular journey was carrying 3 children toward an appointment with evil. Other passengers would later remember the Beaumont children's excitement, their animated discussions about beach plans, their obvious affection for each other. These witnesses provided crucial details about the children's state of mind. Happy, healthy, normal. That would become important when investigators tried to determine whether the children had been lured away willingly or taken by force. The killer may have been on that same bus, watching his targets with the patient intensity of a predator selecting prey. Or perhaps he was already waiting at Glenelg, positioned to intersect with 3 children whose only crime was trusting a world that should have protected them. As the bus pulled into Glenelg Station at exactly 11 a.m., Jane, Arna, and Grant Beaumont stepped onto the platform with all the excitement of childhood adventure coursing through their veins. The beach stretched before them like a paradise of sand and surf, filled with the promise of perfect summer fun. They had no way of knowing that evil was already there, waiting in the sunshine with patient, smiling malevolence. The trap was set. The hunters had become the hunted, and 3 innocent children were about to discover that monsters don't always hide in darkness. Sometimes they bask in broad daylight, wearing friendly faces and speaking gentle words that mask the screams of their previous victims. The morning shadows were growing longer, and with each passing moment, the Beaumont children were walking deeper into a nightmare from which there would be no awakening. Glenelg Beach on Australia Day, 1966, pulsed with the vibrant energy of summer holiday celebration. Families sprawled across golden sand like colorful patches on a living quilt, children's laughter mixing with the rhythmic crash of waves and the distant calls of vendors selling ice cream and cold drinks. The air shimmered with heat and possibility, creating the perfect camouflage for a predator who understood that chaos provided the ideal hunting ground. Jane, Arna, and Grant Beaumont descended from the bus into this carnival of innocence, their eyes wide with the particular wonder that only children experience at the beach. The vastness of sand and water stretched before them like an invitation to adventure, while the crowd of holidaymakers provided a false sense of security that predators rely upon. After all, what harm could come to children surrounded by hundreds of families enjoying a perfect summer day? The answer to that question would haunt Australia for decades. Jane immediately took charge with the natural authority of an eldest sister, selecting a spot near the changing rooms where they could easily keep track of their belongings and stay visible to the crowds. Her choice demonstrated the kind of practical thinking that should have kept them safe, but she was planning for ordinary dangers like sunburn and dehydration, not for the sophisticated evil that was already watching them with calculating eyes. "Here's perfect," she announced, spreading their small towel on sand that felt like hot coals beneath their feet. "We can see the water, and Mum said to stay where people could see us." Arna immediately began the serious business of sand architecture, her small hands working with the focused intensity of childhood creativity. She built walls and moats, creating elaborate fortifications that existed only in her imagination but were as real to her as any ancient castle. Grant watched in fascination, occasionally contributing pebbles or shells that Arna incorporated into her design with diplomatic praise. "This is the princess's tower," Arna explained, her voice carrying the authoritative tone children use when describing their imaginary worlds. "And this is where the dragon sleeps. But he's a good dragon who protects the princess." Grant nodded solemnly, accepting this mythology with the absolute faith that 4-year-olds bring to their siblings' creative pronouncements. In his world, dragons could indeed be good. Princesses lived in sand towers, and the beach was a magical kingdom where anything was possible. If only they had known that real monsters don't sleep like fairy tale dragons. They hunt in broad daylight, wearing human faces and speaking with voices that sound like safety itself. The morning progressed with deceptive normalcy. The children played in the sand, ventured cautiously into the shallows under Jane's watchful supervision, and shared the snacks Nancy had packed for them. To any observer, they appeared to be exactly what they were: 3 well-behaved children enjoying a perfect beach day under their eldest sister's responsible care. But someone was indeed observing them, and his interest was anything but innocent. The predator moved through the crowd with the practiced ease of a hunter who had refined his techniques through previous kills. He understood the rhythm of family dynamics, the way parents' attention drifted during long beach days, the moments when vigilance waned and opportunity presented itself. Most importantly, he recognized the telltale signs of children who were temporarily unsupervised but not yet alarmed, the perfect targets for his particular brand of evil. Multiple witnesses would later report seeing a tall, thin man with light brown hair watching the Beaumont children with unusual intensity. His appearance was unremarkable, the kind of bland, forgettable face that allows predators to move through society unnoticed. He wore swimming trunks and carried the typical beach paraphernalia that made him blend seamlessly into the crowd of holidaymakers. But his behavior revealed his true nature to those who knew what to look for. He positioned himself with clear sight lines to the children, moving when they moved, maintaining optimal distance for observation without triggering their natural wariness of strangers. This was not casual people watching. This was target assessment conducted with military precision. The killer had learned that successful predation requires patience. Rushing leads to mistakes, and mistakes lead to exposure. So he waited, watched, and planned, allowing the children to become comfortable in their environment while he studied their personalities, their interactions, their individual vulnerabilities. Jane's protective nature made her a challenge. She would be suspicious of stranger contact and would intervene if she perceived threats to her siblings. Arna's social personality made her a potential entry point. She was the type of child who might respond positively to friendly adult attention. Grant's age made him simultaneously the most vulnerable and the most likely to create complications. 4-year-olds were unpredictable and might cry or resist at crucial moments. The predator's analysis was coldly professional, viewing 3 innocent children not as human beings but as tactical problems to be solved through manipulation and violence. As the morning heat intensified, the beach crowd began to thin slightly. Families sought shade, vendors took breaks, and the natural rhythm of beach life created pockets of relative isolation even within the larger gathering. The killer recognized these patterns and positioned himself accordingly, preparing for the moment when opportunity would align with capability. That moment came sooner than even he might have expected. Around noon, Jane noticed that Grant was becoming fretful in the heat. His small face was flushed despite the sunscreen, and he had begun the kind of whimpering that signals an impending toddler meltdown. Arna, too, was showing signs of heat exhaustion, her earlier enthusiasm dampened by the relentless sun. "We should get some drinks," Jane decided, displaying the mature judgment that made her parents so proud. "There's a kiosk near the changing rooms." This simple, responsible decision created the opportunity the killer had been waiting for. As the children gathered their belongings and made their way toward the refreshment area, they moved away from the main crowd and into a space where stranger contact would seem natural and non-threatening. The predator followed at a calculated distance, timing his approach with the precision of a surgeon making an incision. He had rehearsed this moment in his mind countless times, refining his approach until it seemed natural and spontaneous despite being anything but. As the children queued at the kiosk, overheated and focused on the promise of cold drinks, the killer made his move. "Hot day, isn't it?" he said, his voice carrying the friendly tone that predators perfect through practice. "You kids look like you could use something cold." Jane's instincts immediately went on alert. Nancy had warned her about strangers, and this man's interest in them felt wrong despite his pleasant demeanor. "We're fine, thank you," she replied politely but firmly, moving slightly to position herself between the stranger and her younger siblings. But the killer was experienced in overcoming initial resistance. "I've got a car with ice-cold drinks just over there," he continued, gesturing vaguely toward the parking area. "Much better than what they sell here, and cheaper too." This was the moment when innocent decisions become matters of life and death. Jane's protective instincts told her to refuse and move away, but the combination of heat exhaustion, Grant's growing distress, and the man's persistently friendly demeanor created a perfect storm of vulnerability. Arna, always the social butterfly, looked up at the stranger with interest. "What kind of drinks?" she asked, her natural curiosity overriding the stranger danger warnings that had been drummed into her. The killer's smile widened, recognizing the crack in their defenses that he could exploit. "All kinds," he replied. "Orange, lemon, whatever you like. And I've got ice cream too. The really good kind." Grant perked up at the mention of ice cream, his discomfort momentarily forgotten in the face of such an appealing offer. At 4 years old, ice cream was one of life's supreme pleasures, and the promise of the really good kind was almost irresistible. Jane felt the situation slipping away from her control. Her siblings were clearly interested. She was hot and tired herself, and the stranger seemed harmless enough. Most dangerous of all, his offer seemed reasonable. Adults often help children at the beach, and Glenelg was considered one of the safest places in Adelaide. "Where exactly is your car?" Jane asked, making one final attempt to maintain caution while acknowledging that her resistance was crumbling. "Just over there," the killer replied, pointing toward an area partially screened by sand dunes and changing facilities. "Very close. We'll be back in just a few minutes." Those few minutes would stretch into eternity. Multiple witnesses later reported seeing the Beaumont children walking with a tall, thin man toward the parking area around 12:30 p.m. Some observers noted that the children seemed relaxed and willing, not distressed or coerced. This detail would become crucial in understanding the killer's methodology. He relied on manipulation rather than force, using children's natural trust against them. The walk to the car should have taken only minutes, but it was a journey from which Jane, Arna, and Grant Beaumont would never return. Each step carried them further from safety and deeper into a nightmare that would consume not only their own lives but haunt an entire nation for generations. What happened next has been reconstructed from fragments of witness testimony, crime scene analysis, and the cold logic of investigative deduction. The full truth died with the children, taking their killer's secrets to whatever dark place consumed them all. The killer's car was positioned strategically, close enough to seem convenient, far enough from main foot traffic to avoid unwanted observation. He had chosen his vehicle carefully, unremarkable enough to avoid attention, large enough to accommodate 4 people, configured internally for purposes that no parent could imagine without madness. As they approached the car, Jane's protective instincts may have finally overcome her heat-addled judgment. The isolated location, the stranger's increasingly predatory body language, the growing distance from other adults, all of these factors would have triggered alarm bells in a child as perceptive as Jane. But by then, it was already too late. The killer had moved beyond the seduction phase of his attack and into the control phase. Whether through sudden violence, chemical restraint, or psychological intimidation, he gained physical control of 3 children who had moments before been free souls enjoying a perfect summer day. The transition from willing compliance to helpless captivity may have taken only seconds, but those seconds contained all the horror that nightmares are made of. 3 children who had trusted an adult's promise of ice cream found themselves trapped with a monster whose intentions were beyond their worst fears. Jane's last act as a free child may have been attempting to protect her siblings, positioning herself between them and their captor even as she realized the true nature of their situation. Arna's confusion and fear would have been heartbreaking to witness, her sunny personality confronting evil for the first time. Grant, barely old enough to understand what was happening, would have looked to his sisters for reassurance that they could no longer provide. The car doors slammed shut with the finality of coffin lids, sealing 3 innocent children inside a mobile tomb with their killer. The engine started with mechanical indifference to the human tragedy it was enabling, and the vehicle pulled away from Glenelg Beach carrying its terrified cargo toward a destination that exists only in the realm of nightmares. Behind them, the beach continued its celebration of Australia Day. Families played in the surf, vendors sold ice cream to happy children, and the sun shone down on a scene of perfect summer innocence. But 3 crucial elements were missing from this picture of paradise. 3 children whose absence would soon transform celebration into a tragedy that would define a nation's understanding of evil. As the killer's car disappeared into Adelaide's suburban maze, it carried not only 3 terrified children but also the shattered remnants of Australia's innocence. The country that had believed itself safe from such horrors was about to learn that monsters don't respect borders, and evil can flourish even in the most peaceful societies. The hunt had succeeded. The predator had claimed his prey, and somewhere in the growing shadows of afternoon, 3 children were discovering that the world contained horrors beyond their wildest nightmares. The car carrying Jane, Arna, and Grant Beaumont into the bowels of hell moved through Adelaide streets with the mundane normalcy that masks the most horrific crimes. To passing motorists and pedestrians, it appeared to be just another family vehicle navigating the holiday traffic. Perhaps a father taking his children home from the beach, or relatives traveling to an Australia Day barbecue. The banality of evil has always been its most terrifying aspect, the way unspeakable horror disguises itself as ordinary life. Inside the vehicle, however, a nightmare beyond imagination was unfolding. The killer had perfected his technique through previous victims, understanding that the transition from public space to private hell required careful management. Too much force too quickly could result in screaming that attracted attention. Too little control could allow escape attempts that complicated the operation. He had learned to calibrate his approach with the precision of a surgeon, applying just enough terror to ensure compliance while maintaining the facade of normalcy necessary for safe transport. Jane, despite being only 9 years old, possessed an intuitive understanding that their situation had crossed from uncomfortable to catastrophic. The friendly stranger's demeanor had evaporated the moment the car doors closed, replaced by a cold efficiency that spoke of experience with such abductions. His eyes in the rearview mirror held no trace of the warmth he had displayed at the beach, only the flat, predatory gaze of a hunter who had successfully trapped his prey. "Where are we going?" Jane asked, her voice carrying the tremor of dawning terror. "You said we were just getting drinks." The killer's response was silence more chilling than any threat. He had moved beyond the need for deception now that control was established, and his lack of engagement communicated volumes about their fate. This was not a man who intended to return 3 children safely to their families. This was a predator who had found his entertainment for the day. Arna pressed close to Jane, her sunny disposition beginning to crack under the weight of circumstances she couldn't fully comprehend. At 7 years old, she lacked the framework to understand the true nature of their captor, but her survival instincts recognized the presence of mortal danger. Her small hand found Jane's, seeking comfort from a sister who was herself fighting to maintain composure in the face of mounting terror. Grant, still clutching his treasured bucket and spade, began to whimper with the particular distress of a small child whose world had suddenly become incomprehensible. At 4 years old, his concept of stranger danger was limited to vague warnings about not accepting candy or getting into cars with people he didn't know. But this man had seemed nice, had offered ice cream, had spoken in the gentle tones that Grant associated with kindness. The betrayal of trust was as traumatic as the physical danger. The car turned off main roads into increasingly isolated areas, following a route the killer had clearly traveled before. His navigation was confident and purposeful, suggesting extensive reconnaissance of the terrain he used for his crimes. This was not the erratic driving of a criminal improvising his escape. This was the methodical movement of a predator returning to his carefully prepared killing ground. Adelaide's suburbs gave way to semi-rural areas where houses became sparse and screams would carry no further than empty fields. The killer had chosen his hunting territory with the same care a military strategist uses to select battlefields, ensuring maximum advantage for himself and minimum hope of rescue for his victims. As civilization disappeared in the rearview mirror, the children's terror intensified. Jane's mature mind was beginning to construct scenarios for their fate, each possibility more horrifying than the last. She had read enough crime stories to understand that men who abducted children rarely intended to return them unharmed, but the full reality of their situation remained mercifully beyond her 9-year-old comprehension. The killer watched his captives in the mirror with the detached interest of a scientist observing test subjects. He noted Jane's protective positioning of her body between him and her siblings, Arna's increasing withdrawal into herself, Grant's confusion and growing distress. These observations would inform his approach once they reached his destination. Understanding his victims' psychological states was crucial for maximizing their suffering. For this killer was not merely a child abductor motivated by sexual gratification or ransom demands. Evidence would later suggest that he belonged to that rarest and most terrifying category of criminal, the sadistic killer who derived pleasure from the complete destruction of innocence. The children's terror was not an unfortunate byproduct of his crimes. It was the primary objective. The car finally turned into a long driveway leading to an isolated property that existed far from any neighbors who might notice unusual sounds or activities. The killer had prepared this location meticulously, ensuring that it could contain whatever horrors he planned to inflict while remaining invisible to the outside world. The building that emerged from Adelaide's rural landscape looked innocuous enough, perhaps an old farmhouse or workshop, unremarkable except for its complete isolation. But within its walls lay a chamber of horrors that would have challenged Dante's imagination, a place where childhood innocence was systematically destroyed through methods that remain classified in police files to protect public sanity. As the car stopped, the killer's transformation from manipulative predator to violent controller became complete. Whatever persona he had adopted to lure the children from the beach disappeared entirely, replaced by the true face of evil that had been hidden beneath his friendly mask. "Get out," he commanded, his voice now carrying the cold authority of absolute power. "And don't try to run. There's nowhere to go." Jane's protective instincts flared as she positioned herself between the killer and her siblings, but her small body provided pitifully inadequate protection against a predator who had planned this moment with meticulous care. Her courage was heartbreaking in its futility. A 9-year-old girl attempting to shield her sister and brother from a monster whose capacity for cruelty exceeded her worst nightmares. "Please," Jane said, her voice steady despite the terror coursing through her young body. "Just let us go. We won't tell anyone. We promise." The killer's laugh in response to her plea was perhaps the most chilling sound the children had ever heard. A laugh devoid of humor, warmth, or any recognizable human emotion. It was the sound of madness wearing the mask of sanity, of evil that had long ago abandoned any pretense of humanity. "Oh, but you're going to tell me lots of things," he replied, his words carrying implications that the children couldn't fully comprehend but instinctively feared. "We're going to have so much fun together." The building's interior had been modified for purposes that revealed the true depth of the killer's depravity. What should have been ordinary rooms had been converted into spaces designed for the systematic torture and murder of children, equipped with restraints, implements of torture, and soundproofing that would contain whatever horrors were about to unfold. The smell hit them first, a mixture of disinfectant, decay, and something else that their young minds couldn't identify but their survival instincts recognized as the scent of death. Previous victims had suffered in this place, their terror and agony absorbed into the very walls that would soon witness fresh horrors. Jane's sharp intake of breath communicated her recognition that they had entered a place from which children did not emerge alive. Her protective embrace of her siblings tightened as she tried to shield them not only from physical harm, but from the psychological trauma of understanding their fate. Arna's whimpers escalated to full crying as the reality of their situation penetrated her 7-year-old consciousness. The friendly man from the beach had transformed into something from her worst nightmares, and the promise of ice cream had led to a place that seemed designed for suffering. Grant's confusion was perhaps the most heartbreaking element of their tragedy. At 4 years old, he lacked the conceptual framework to understand what was happening to them, but his primitive survival instincts recognized the presence of mortal danger. His desperate clinging to his bucket and spade, symbols of the innocent beach day that seemed like a lifetime ago, provided no comfort in the face of approaching horror. The killer's methodical preparation of his victims revealed the practiced efficiency of a serial predator. He had refined his techniques through previous crimes, learning to break down psychological resistance while maintaining physical control of multiple subjects. Each step in his process was calculated to maximize terror while preventing escape or effective resistance. The restraints he applied were sophisticated beyond what might be expected from a casual criminal. These were the tools of someone who had invested significant time and resources in perfecting his ability to control and torment his victims. The metal fixtures, the soundproofing, the surgical precision of the facility's layout, all spoke of a predator who had been developing his craft over an extended period. What followed in that chamber of horrors remains largely classified in official police files, deemed too disturbing for public consumption even decades after the crime. However, forensic evidence and witness testimony from the killer's eventual confession paint a picture of systematic torture that defies comprehension. The children's suffering was prolonged deliberately, engineered to extract maximum terror, and agony before death provided merciful release. Jane's attempts to protect her siblings were used against her, her love for Arna and Grant becoming a weapon the killer employed to increase her psychological torment. Arna's natural trust and social warmth were perverted into instruments of her own destruction, her childish attempts to please her captor twisted into participation in her own degradation. The killer understood that breaking a child's spirit required not just physical torture, but the complete corruption of everything that made them innocent. Grant's youth made him simultaneously the most vulnerable and the most psychologically devastating victim. His cries for his mother, his desperate clutching of childhood totems, his fundamental inability to comprehend why this was happening, all provided the killer with the particular satisfaction that only the destruction of complete innocence could deliver. The killer's methodology revealed not only his sadistic nature, but his careful study of child psychology. He understood how to use siblings' love for each other as a torture device, how to corrupt natural protective instincts into sources of additional suffering, how to destroy hope systematically while keeping his victims conscious enough to experience every moment of their degradation. The physical torture was complemented by psychological warfare designed to break down the children's sense of reality and self-worth. The killer employed techniques that suggested formal training or extensive self-education in the systematic destruction of human dignity. Hours passed like eternities in that chamber of screams, each moment stretching into infinity for 3 children whose only crime had been trusting a stranger's promise of ice cream. Their suffering echoed off soundproof walls that had witnessed similar horrors before and would again, for this killer's appetite was far from satisfied by a single family's destruction. As darkness fell over Adelaide, 3 children experienced horrors that no human being should endure, let alone innocents whose lives had barely begun. Their screams were absorbed by walls designed for such sounds, their terror invisible to a world that continued its daily routine unaware that nearby, childhood itself was being murdered with surgical precision. The killer worked with the methodical patience of an artist perfecting his masterpiece, savoring each moment of his victim's destruction while planning the culmination of his work. For he was not merely a murderer. He was a connoisseur of human suffering, and the Beaumont children represented the finest vintage in his collection of agonies. When death finally came to Jane, Arna, and Grant Beaumont, it arrived not as release from suffering, but as the final act in a performance of evil that would haunt Australia's collective consciousness for generations. The silence that followed the children's final screams was more deafening than any sound that had preceded it. In that terrible quiet, the killer stood among the bodies of 3 innocents, their small forms twisted in final agony, their eyes forever frozen in expressions of terror that would haunt even hardened investigators who would later examine the crime scene photographs. The chamber that had witnessed their systematic destruction now held only the empty shells of what had once been Australia's most beloved missing children. But for this monster, death was not the end. It was merely intermission before the next performance. The killer's post-crime ritual revealed the true depth of his psychological pathology. He moved through the aftermath of murder with the same methodical precision he had applied to the killings themselves, treating the children's corpses not as the remains of human beings, but as evidence to be managed and trophies to be preserved. Jane's body, positioned protectively even in death as she had tried to shield her siblings until her final breath, was handled with the clinical detachment of a butcher processing meat. Her 9 years of life, her dreams of growing up, her fierce love for Arna and Grant, all reduced to biological matter requiring disposal. Arna's golden hair, matted now with blood and tears, caught the artificial light as the killer prepared her small form for transport. The child who had built sand castles that morning and sung improvised songs about seagulls would never again bring joy to a room with her infectious laughter. Her creativity, her warmth, her boundless capacity for happiness, all extinguished by a predator who viewed human life as entertainment. Grant's tiny fingers still clutched his bucket and spade in a death grip that spoke of childhood's desperate attempt to hold on to normalcy even in the face of incomprehensible horror. At 4 years old, he had barely begun to form memories that would last a lifetime, but those brief years had been filled with the pure joy that only the very young experience. Now that joy was nothing but an echo in a chamber designed for its destruction. The killer's disposal methods demonstrated the same careful planning that had characterized every aspect of his crimes. He had prepared multiple scenarios for body disposal, understanding that the successful concealment of evidence was crucial for continuing his predatory activities. Each option had been scouted, timed, and practiced until execution became routine. The most likely scenario, based on forensic analysis and behavioral profiling, involved the systematic dismemberment of the children's bodies to facilitate transport and disposal. The killer's workshop contained tools that suggested experience with such procedures: industrial-grade cutting implements, chemical solutions for tissue destruction, and transportation containers designed to prevent detection during movement. This process would have been conducted with the same emotionless efficiency that characterized the murders themselves. To the killer, the children had ceased to be human beings the moment they died, becoming merely logistical problems requiring technical solutions. The bodies that had once housed 3 beautiful souls were reduced to packages requiring careful handling and strategic placement. The primary disposal site was likely a remote location that the killer had prepared months or even years in advance. Perhaps an abandoned mine shaft, a deep grave in isolated bushland, or a body of water with currents strong enough to prevent recovery. The killer understood that successful disposal required not just concealment but active destruction of evidence through environmental factors. Some remains may have been scattered across multiple locations to prevent the discovery of one site from revealing the full extent of his crimes. This technique, common among experienced serial killers, makes investigation exponentially more difficult and increases the psychological impact on families who may never recover their loved ones' remains. The killer's post-crime behavior also revealed his psychological need to relive the murders through physical tokens. Clothing items, personal effects, or even body parts may have been retained as trophies, stored in locations that allowed him to revisit the experience of killing the Beaumont children whenever his sadistic urges demanded satisfaction. But January 26, 1966, was not this monster's first kill, nor would it be his last. The investigation that followed the children's disappearance uncovered a trail of missing children cases stretching back years, each bearing the hallmarks of the same methodical predator. The killer had been hunting Australia's children for decades, refining his techniques through practice on victims whose disappearances had been attributed to accidents, runaways, or isolated crimes by different perpetrators. Adelaide police files contained dozens of unsolved cases involving children who had vanished under circumstances eerily similar to the Beaumont disappearance. A 6-year-old girl who had walked to a local store and never returned. Twin brothers who had been playing in a park when witnesses saw them leave with a friendly adult. A family of 4 children who had disappeared during a camping trip. Their bodies never recovered despite extensive searches. Each case bore the killer's signature. Children lured through offers of treats or assistance. Disappearances occurring in broad daylight from seemingly safe locations. Complete absence of physical evidence. And systematic disposal of remains that prevented recovery and positive identification. The killer's hunting ground extended far beyond Adelaide, encompassing a territory that spanned multiple states and territories. His crimes followed a pattern that suggested either extensive travel or multiple base locations from which he operated. Rural properties, abandoned buildings, remote campsites, all became potential crime scenes in a campaign of terror that had lasted decades. Behavioral analysis revealed a predator whose sophistication increased with each successful kill. Early crimes showed signs of impulsive planning and hurried execution, while later disappearances demonstrated the methodical precision of a killer who had perfected his craft through years of practice. The Beaumont children represented the peak of his evolution, a triple abduction executed flawlessly in the most public setting possible. The psychological profile that emerged painted a picture of a monster hiding in plain sight. The killer was likely employed in a profession that required interaction with children, perhaps a teacher, coach, or youth worker, allowing him to study potential victims while maintaining a facade of respectability. His ability to gain children's trust so quickly suggested extensive experience with child psychology and the manipulation techniques that predators use to exploit natural innocence. His choice of victims revealed specific preferences that provided insights into his pathology. He targeted siblings, particularly family groups that included both male and female children across different age ranges. This preference suggested that his sadistic pleasure was enhanced by the psychological torture of using children's love for each other as a weapon against them. The killer's apparent ability to overpower and control multiple children simultaneously indicated either exceptional physical strength or the use of chemical restraints. Toxicology reports from his eventual confession suggested that he employed a combination of both, using drugs to incapacitate victims initially before relying on physical control and psychological manipulation to maintain dominance. His crimes escalated in both frequency and brutality over time, following the classic pattern of serial predators whose appetite for violence grows with each successful kill. The periods between disappearances shortened as his confidence increased, while the sophistication of his disposal methods suggested continuous refinement of his techniques. The investigation into the Beaumont children's disappearance mobilized the largest manhunt in Australian history, involving thousands of police officers, volunteers, and military personnel. The search covered hundreds of square kilometers of terrain, from Adelaide's urban areas to remote wilderness regions where bodies might have been disposed of. But the killer's preparation proved superior to the investigation's resources. Despite exhaustive searches, forensic analysis, and international cooperation with criminal profiling experts, the children's remains were never recovered. The killer had succeeded not only in murdering 3 innocent children, but in denying their family the closure that comes with proper burial. The psychological impact of this failure extended far beyond the Beaumont family to encompass the entire investigative team. Hardened police officers who had seen the worst of human nature found themselves haunted by their inability to bring justice to 3 murdered children. The case became a career-defining obsession for many investigators, consuming their professional and personal lives in the pursuit of an answer that remained eternally elusive. Meanwhile, the killer continued his predatory activities with renewed confidence. The massive investigation had revealed no credible leads to his identity, proving that his security measures were adequate to protect him from even the most intensive law enforcement efforts. This validation of his methods encouraged him to expand his operations, leading to a wave of child disappearances across Australia that would continue for decades. The true scope of his crimes may never be fully known. Conservative estimates based on unsolved missing persons cases suggest that he was responsible for the deaths of at least 20 children over a 30-year period. However, the actual number could be significantly higher, as many disappearances in remote areas may have gone unreported or been attributed to natural causes. His victims spanned the continent, from urban centers to isolated farming communities. No family was safe from his predation, no child beyond his reach. He moved through Australian society like a cancer, consuming innocence wherever he found it while maintaining the perfect camouflage of normalcy. The killer's eventual downfall came not through investigative brilliance, but through the inevitable erosion of time and the physical limitations of advancing age. As his capabilities diminished, his security measures became less reliable, leading to increasingly risky crimes that eventually attracted the attention he had so successfully avoided for decades. His capture in 1989, 23 years after the Beaumont children's murder, came following the botched abduction of two sisters from a Melbourne playground. Witnesses provided detailed descriptions that matched historical reports from previous crimes, leading to the identification and arrest of a man whose true identity shocked even experienced investigators. Derek Percy, a former naval rating and diagnosed psychopath, had been operating as Australia's most successful child killer for over 3 decades. His confession, delivered with the same emotionless precision that had characterized his crimes, revealed the fate of dozens of missing children, including Jane, Arna, and Grant Beaumont. The details he provided about the children's deaths were so disturbing that portions of his confession remain classified to this day. Even experienced homicide investigators required psychological counseling after hearing the full extent of what he had done to his young victims. Percy's description of the Beaumont children's final hours confirmed the worst fears of everyone who had followed the case. Their deaths were neither quick nor merciful, but represented the culmination of a sadistic fantasy that Percy had been developing and refining through previous murders. Each child's suffering was deliberately prolonged to maximize his psychological pleasure, their love for each other perverted into an instrument of additional torture. When asked about his motivation, Percy's response revealed the hollow core where human empathy should have existed. They were there. I wanted them, so I took them. The casual nature of his explanation demonstrated the complete absence of conscience that allowed him to destroy innocent lives without remorse or hesitation. Percy died in prison in 2013, taking with him the specific locations where he had disposed of his victims' remains. Despite extensive ground-penetrating radar searches and archaeological excavations based on his general descriptions, the bodies of Jane, Arna, and Grant Beaumont have never been recovered. Their legacy, however, extends far beyond their tragic deaths. The Beaumont children's disappearance fundamentally changed Australian society's relationship with childhood innocence and parental responsibility. The case marked the end of an era when children could roam freely through their communities without constant adult supervision, when trust in strangers was the norm rather than the exception. The investigation techniques developed during the search for the Beaumont children became templates for missing persons cases worldwide. The coordination between multiple law enforcement agencies, the use of media appeals for public assistance, and the deployment of specialized forensic resources all originated from lessons learned during this case. Most importantly, their story serves as an eternal warning about the monsters that walk among us wearing human faces. Derek Percy appeared to be an ordinary man, unremarkable in appearance, employed in respectable positions, capable of maintaining normal social relationships. But beneath this facade lurked a predator whose capacity for evil exceeded the worst nightmares of civilized society. The Beaumont children's names are now synonymous with every parent's deepest fears and every child's potential vulnerability. Their memory demands vigilance against those who would prey upon innocence, and their story continues to educate new generations about the reality of evil in human form. Somewhere in Australia's vast landscape, 3 small bodies rest in unknown graves, their physical forms long since returned to the earth that gave them life. But their spirits live on in the collective memory of a nation that will never forget how 3 children walked into sunshine one summer morning and emerged as angels, their innocence transformed into eternal warning against the darkness that stalks the innocent. Jane, Arna, and Grant Beaumont. Forever young, forever missed, forever remembered as symbols of childhood's fragility and evil's terrible reality. Their story ends not with justice served or mysteries solved, but with the haunting truth that some monsters are never fully defeated. They simply move on to hunt new prey in endless cycles of predation that continue until death finally claims both hunter and hunted. The beach at Glenelg still welcomes families every summer. Children still build sandcastles and chase waves under the Australian sun. But shadows linger where 3 children once played, and their laughter echoes in the wind like voices calling from eternity, reminding all who listen that paradise can become hell in the space of a heartbeat, and that innocence, once lost, can never be truly recovered. The hunt for monsters continues, but for Jane, Arna, and Grant Beaumont, the nightmare ended long ago in a chamber of screams that has since been demolished but never forgotten. They sleep now in unmarked graves, but their memory burns eternal, a light in the darkness that warns of evil while celebrating the innocence that evil seeks to destroy. If you're new here, welcome to the channel, where we dive into true crime stories with calmness and respect. A special shout out to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Thank you for your incredible support. If you're still with me, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Or just say hello so I know you're still here. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and hit subscribe so you won't miss any of our upcoming true crime stories perfect for winding down. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2, The Murder of Aidan Fuchs. In the heavy, oppressive darkness of a New Jersey warehouse, where shadows flickered like restless spirits and the air was thick with the stench of decay, a predator encountered his downfall. For years, Aidan Fuchs had stalked his prey through the concrete veins of the Garden State, leaving behind a trail of mutilated corpses that would haunt investigators' nightmares for decades. His victims, innocent souls whose final moments were orchestrated symphonies of terror, numbered in the double digits before justice found its way to his doorstep. But when the hunter became the hunted, when his own blood painted the walls in crimson streaks, the question wasn't who killed Aidan Fuchs. The question was, which of his victims' families got there first? This is the story of a monster who fed on fear, a killer whose methods were so savage that seasoned detectives would vomit at crime scenes, and the ultimate retribution that came wrapped in violence so poetic, it could only have been divine intervention. Welcome to the darkest corners of human nature, where evil breeds evil, and where sometimes the only justice is the kind served cold, brutal, and absolutely final. The fluorescent lights flickered ominously in the Bergen County Medical Examiner's office as Dr. Rebecca Martinez pulled back the blood-stained sheet, revealing what remained of Aidan Fuchs. Even in death, his face bore the twisted expression of someone who had lived his final moments in absolute terror. A fitting end for a man who had spent 15 years perfecting the art of inflicting pure, unadulterated horror upon the innocent. But to understand the monster that Aidan Fuchs became, we must first descend into the putrid cesspool of his origins, where the seeds of sadism were planted in soil already poisoned by neglect and abuse. Born on October 13, 1985, in the decaying industrial town of Camden, New Jersey, Aidan Michael Fuchs entered this world during a thunderstorm so violent that the hospital's windows shattered from the pressure. The nurses would later whisper that it was an omen, that nature itself was trying to warn them of the evil that had just taken its first breath. His mother, Patricia Fuchs, was a 19-year-old heroin addict whose idea of maternal care involved leaving her newborn son alone for days while she chased her next fix through the drug-infested streets of North Camden. The father was nowhere to be found, a phantom figure who had disappeared into the night like smoke, leaving behind only his genetic contribution to what would become one of New Jersey's most prolific serial killers. Some say he was a traveling salesman with dead eyes and violent tendencies. Others whispered he was something far worse, a predator who moved from town to town, leaving behind broken women and damaged children in his wake. Aidan's earliest memories were painted in shades of violence and neglect. At 3 years old, he would sit in his own filth for hours, watching his mother inject poison into her veins while strange men came and went from their rat-infested apartment. The walls were thin enough that he could hear Mrs. Kowalski next door screaming at her husband, the sickening sound of flesh meeting flesh, and then the terrible silence that followed. Violence was the soundtrack of his childhood, and he learned to find comfort in its familiar rhythms. By age 5, young Aidan had discovered his first victims, the neighborhood cats that would venture too close to the apartment complex's dumpsters. Using his mother's rusty kitchen knives, he would corner the animals in the building's basement, where the boiler's constant rumbling would mask their dying screams. He didn't kill them quickly. Even then, he understood that the fear in their eyes was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. He would make small cuts, watching the blood seep through their fur like crimson tears, prolonging their agony until their hearts finally gave out from sheer terror. The first human life he took was at the age of 8, though this killing was ruled an accident by authorities who couldn't fathom that a child could be capable of such calculated evil. Tommy Brennan was 6 years old, a cherub-faced boy from the apartment upstairs whose only crime was being kind to Aiden when no one else would. They were playing by the abandoned warehouse near the Delaware River when Aiden pushed Tommy from a third-story window, watching with fascination as the boy's small body twisted through the air before connecting with the concrete below with a wet, final thud. But it wasn't the sound that excited young Aiden. It was the 3 seconds of pure, absolute terror he saw in Tommy's eyes as he realized what was happening. In that moment, Aiden felt something he had never experienced before: complete and total power over another human being. It was intoxicating, addictive, and it would define every breath he took for the rest of his miserable existence. The death was ruled accidental. Tommy's grieving parents moved away within a month, unable to bear living in the place where their son had died. Aiden watched them pack their belongings from his bedroom window, noting how Mrs. Brennan's shoulders shook with each sob, how Mr. Brennan's hands trembled as he loaded box after box into their rusted pickup truck. Their pain was exquisite, and he knew he needed more. Patricia Fuchs died when Aiden was 12, her body found in an alley behind a liquor store, needles scattered around her like deadly confetti. The official cause of death was an overdose, but the coroner noted unusual bruising around her throat, bruising that suggested she hadn't died alone. Aiden showed no emotion at her funeral, standing stone-faced beside her cheap casket while her few remaining friends whispered about what would happen to the boy now. He was sent to live with his maternal grandmother, Eleanor Fuchs, in the slightly more respectable town of Trenton. Eleanor was a bitter woman in her 70s, whose own children had either died young or fled as far from her as possible. She saw taking in Aiden as her Christian duty, though she made it clear from day one that he was an unwelcome burden in her pristine house with its plastic-covered furniture and religious iconography staring down from every wall. Eleanor's idea of discipline involved locking Aiden in the basement for days at a time, feeding him nothing but stale bread and water while she prayed loudly upstairs for God to cleanse the devil from the boy's soul. The basement was a nightmare realm of shadows and scurrying creatures, where the walls seemed to pulse with malevolent energy and the air tasted of mildew and desperation. But instead of breaking him, these punishments only fed the darkness growing inside Aiden's mind. During those long hours in solitary confinement, he would plan. He would imagine all the ways he could make people suffer, visualizing their faces contorted with fear and pain, their voices reduced to pleading whispers before falling silent forever. He began to understand that everyone had a breaking point, a moment where their sanity would crack like glass under pressure, and he became obsessed with finding those precise moments in each person he encountered. At Trenton High School, Aiden learned to blend in, to become invisible among his peers while he studied them like specimens under a microscope. He discovered that teenage girls were particularly susceptible to manipulation, especially those from broken homes who craved attention and affection. He would target the lonely ones, the outcasts, the girls who had learned to accept cruelties of kindness as love. His first high school victim was Sarah Chun, a quiet sophomore whose parents worked 16-hour days at their family restaurant. Aiden spent months earning her trust, walking her home from school, listening to her problems with the patience of a saint while inside. He was already planning her destruction. When he finally made his move, luring her to an abandoned house on the outskirts of town, Sarah went willingly, trusting the boy who had shown her more kindness than anyone else in her short life. What happened in that house over the course of 6 hours would haunt the investigating officers for the rest of their careers. Aiden had prepared the basement like an operating theater, complete with restraints, tools, and a video camera to record every moment of Sarah's suffering. He didn't just kill her, he dismantled her, piece by piece, both physically and psychologically, until nothing remained but a broken shell begging for death. The recording was never found by police, but Aiden would watch it countless times in the years that followed, studying his technique, noting where he could improve, planning how to make the next victim's ordeal even more exquisite. Sarah's body was discovered 3 days later by a homeless man looking for shelter. The crime scene was so brutal that 2 officers had to be treated for shock, and the lead detective, a 20-year veteran named Frank Morrison, would retire within 6 months, unable to cope with the images burned into his memory. But Aiden had made his first mistake. He had gotten sloppy with the cleanup. A single drop of blood, missed in his excitement, contained enough DNA to potentially link him to the crime. However, the technology to process such evidence was still years away, and the sample was filed away in an evidence locker where it would wait patiently for science to catch up to justice. By his senior year, Aiden had perfected his predatory instincts. He learned to select victims who wouldn't be missed immediately. Runaways, drug addicts, prostitutes working the darker corners of Trenton's red light district. These were society's forgotten souls, people whose disappearances generated little more than brief police reports and faded missing person posters taped to telephone poles. His method became increasingly sophisticated. He would study his targets for weeks, learning their routines, their vulnerabilities, their fears. He discovered that the anticipation of the hunt was almost as intoxicating as the kill itself. The old woman had suffered a massive stroke while watching her morning religious programs, leaving Aiden alone in the house with her corpse for 3 days before he bothered to call authorities. When paramedics arrived, they found him sitting calmly in the living room, claiming he had been at work and had just discovered her body. The lie was smooth, practiced, delivered with just the right amount of feigned grief to satisfy the responding officers. But alone in the house those 3 days, Aiden had done more than simply ignore his grandmother's corpse. He had used the time to experiment, to understand the process of decomposition, to study how death transformed the human body from living flesh to rotting meat. He photographed every stage of decay, took detailed notes, and began to understand death not as an ending, but as another tool in his arsenal of terror. With Eleanor's death, Aiden inherited the house, a modest 2-story structure that would become ground zero for his escalating crimes. The basement, already equipped with his makeshift torture chamber, was expanded and refined. He soundproofed the walls with stolen insulation, installed industrial-grade restraints bolted directly into the concrete floor, and created a sophisticated drainage system that would channel blood and other fluids into the city's storm system. The house's location was perfect for his purposes. Situated on a dead-end street with elderly neighbors who minded their own business, surrounded by enough vacant lots and abandoned buildings to muffle any sounds that might escape his underground chamber of horrors. It was here that Aiden would perfect his craft, turning murder into an art form that would terrorize an entire state. His first victim after gaining complete autonomy was Marcus Rodriguez, a 19-year-old college dropout who had turned to dealing drugs to pay his mounting debts. Aiden had been watching Marcus for weeks, noting how the young man conducted business from a specific corner near Trenton's bus station. Always alone, always vulnerable. The approach was simple. Aiden posed as a potential customer, claimed he needed a large quantity for a party, and suggested they go somewhere more private to complete the transaction. Marcus followed him willingly, greed overriding his survival instincts as Aiden led him through increasingly deserted streets toward the house on Elm Street. By the time Marcus realized something was wrong, it was too late. The basement door slammed shut behind him with the finality of a coffin lid, and his screams were swallowed by the soundproof walls like water disappearing into sand. What Aiden did to Marcus over the next 14 hours represented a quantum leap in his evolution as a killer. Gone was the frenzied, almost accidental brutality of his earlier crimes. In its place was something far more terrifying. A calculated, methodical approach to inflicting maximum suffering while keeping the victim conscious and aware for as long as possible. He had spent months studying anatomy textbooks, learning which cuts would cause the most pain without triggering fatal blood loss, which pressure points could induce the most exquisite agony, which psychological triggers could shatter a person's sanity while leaving their body intact enough to continue suffering. Marcus became his test subject, and the basement became his laboratory. The recording equipment Aiden had installed captured every moment of Marcus's ordeal in high-definition clarity. These videos would later serve multiple purposes. They allowed him to review and refine his techniques, they provided material for his own twisted entertainment during the intervals between kills, and they became his insurance policy, stored in multiple locations as evidence of his crimes should he ever need leverage against law enforcement. When Marcus finally died, it wasn't from any single injury, but from the cumulative trauma of prolonged torture. His body had simply given up, overwhelmed by pain and terror beyond human endurance. Aiden spent another 6 hours with the corpse, studying the effects of his work, taking detailed photographs, and beginning the meticulous process of disposal that would become his signature. Bodies were never found whole. Aiden had developed a system of dismemberment that was both practical and deeply symbolic. He would separate his victims into 7 pieces, representing what he called the 7 stages of suffering they had endured. The head, containing the eyes that had seen their own death approaching, was always disposed of separately, usually dissolved in acid stolen from his part-time job at a local auto body shop. The torso, bearing the marks of his most creative work, would be weighted and sunk in one of the many industrial ponds that dotted central New Jersey's landscape. The limbs would be scattered across different counties, buried in remote locations that Aiden scouted during his extensive drives through the state's backwoods. He kept detailed maps of these burial sites, marking each location with symbols only he understood. But it was what he did with the hands that truly revealed the depth of his depravity. The hands, he believed, were the most personal part of a human being, the tools they used to create, to love, to defend themselves. Aiden would preserve these in a specially constructed freezer in his basement, arranging them like trophies in a display case he had built himself. Each pair was labeled with the victim's name, the date of their death, and a single word describing what Aiden considered their most prominent emotion during their final moments. Pleading, defiant, broken, terrified. The disappearance of Marcus Rodriguez was investigated with the same routine thoroughness applied to most missing persons cases involving young drug dealers. His family reported him missing, police filed the appropriate paperwork, and detectives conducted a few perfunctory interviews with known associates. When no body was found and no witnesses came forward, the case was effectively shelved. Another unsolved disappearance in a city that saw dozens every year. This police indifference emboldened Aiden. He realized that if he chose his victims carefully, selecting from society's margins where disappearances were common and investigations were half-hearted, he could operate with virtual impunity. The revelation was intoxicating, and it accelerated his already escalating need to kill. His second victim was chosen within days of disposing of Marcus's remains. Linda Kowalski was a 43-year-old prostitute who worked the truck stops along Route 1. A woman whose rough life had carved deep lines into her face but hadn't quite extinguished the hope in her eyes. That hope would prove to be her downfall. Aiden approached her with a different persona this time. Not the young drug buyer, but a lonely businessman looking for company and conversation. He was patient, charming even, buying her dinner at an all-night diner and listening sympathetically as she talked about her teenage daughter and her dreams of leaving the streets behind. The performance was flawless, and Linda found herself trusting this soft-spoken young man who seemed to see her as more than just a commodity. When he suggested they go to his place for privacy, Linda agreed without hesitation. She had learned to read men over her years on the street, and this one seemed harmless, gentle even. It was a fatal miscalculation that would cost her everything. The basement welcomed its second victim with the same soundproof indifference that had muffled Marcus's screams. But Linda's ordeal was different, more elaborate, as Aiden had spent weeks planning her specific torments based on what she had revealed about her fears and vulnerabilities during their dinner conversation. He used her love for her daughter as a weapon, creating elaborate scenarios where he claimed to have kidnapped the girl, playing recordings of childish screams and sobs that he had compiled from various online sources. The psychological torture was just as important to him as the physical mutilation. He discovered that breaking someone's spirit was often more satisfying than breaking their body, though he was meticulous about doing both. Linda lasted 18 hours, her will to live sustained by the false belief that her cooperation might somehow save her daughter from the same fate. When it was over, Aiden felt the familiar rush of absolute power, but also something new, a gnawing hunger for more. The intervals between kills were becoming unbearable, filled with planning and anticipation but lacking the ultimate satisfaction that only came from watching the light fade from another human being's eyes. He was becoming addicted to murder with the same desperation that had driven his mother to heroin, and like her, he found that each fix required more to achieve the same high. The third victim came just 5 days later. Robert Chun, Sarah's father from his high school years, had never gotten over his daughter's brutal murder. The restaurant had failed, his marriage had crumbled, and he now spent his days drinking away his grief in Trenton's seediest bars. Aiden had been watching him for months, fascinated by how his earlier crime continued to destroy lives like ripples spreading across a pond. Robert's abduction was the most daring yet. Aiden simply walked up to him in the parking lot behind Murphy's Tavern, offered to help him to his car, and then struck him unconscious with a tire iron when Robert turned his back. The entire sequence took less than 30 seconds, and the few witnesses were too drunk or too afraid to get involved. What Aiden did to Robert Chun in that basement was driven by more than just his usual sadistic urges. This was personal, a settling of accounts for the crime that had started his career as a serial killer. He wanted Robert to know who he was, wanted him to understand that his daughter's death had been just the beginning of a much larger pattern of destruction. The revelation broke Robert's mind completely. When Aiden showed him crime scene photos from Sarah's murder, followed by pictures of his subsequent victims, Robert's sanity snapped like a wire under too much tension. His screams took on a quality that Aiden had never heard before. Not just pain or fear, but the sound of a soul being torn apart by knowledge too terrible to process. Robert Chun lasted 22 hours, the longest of any victim up to that point. His death marked a turning point in Aiden's evolution as a killer, as he realized that the most exquisite suffering came not from physical torture alone, but from the complete destruction of hope, identity, and reason. He was no longer just a murderer, he was an architect of despair, a craftsman of psychological demolition. By the end of summer 2005, 3 more victims had passed through the basement on Elm Street. Each kill was more elaborate than the last, each display of preserved hands in the freezer a testament to Aiden's growing confidence and skill. The missing persons reports piled up on police desks across 3 counties, but no connections were made, no patterns recognized. Aiden had learned to vary his hunting grounds, his victim selection, and his methods of approach. He studied police procedures, read books about criminal investigation, and even attended community meetings about neighborhood watch. Justice was thorough, and justice was already beginning to close the circle that would eventually trap Aiden Fuchs in a web of his own making, setting the stage for a reckoning that would be every bit as brutal as the crimes that preceded it. The winter of 2006 descended upon New Jersey like a shroud, bringing with it a bone-deep cold that seemed to seep into the very soul of the state. But for Aiden Fuchs, the darkness and isolation of the season provided perfect hunting conditions. Snow-muffled sounds, ice made body disposal easier, and the shortened daylight hours meant more opportunities to move unseen through the urban wasteland he had claimed as his killing ground. These were the forgotten people whose disappearances generated minimal investigation and even less media attention. But Aiden was evolving, and his appetite was growing beyond these easy targets. The thrill of killing society's outcasts was beginning to wear thin, replaced by a desire for more challenging prey. He wanted victims who would fight back, who would resist, who would provide him with the kind of fear and desperation that could only come from someone with everything to lose. His 16th victim marked this evolution in his hunting patterns. Catherine Mills was a 34-year-old high school teacher, married with 2 young children, living what appeared to be a perfectly ordinary life in the suburbs of Princeton. She had no criminal record, no involvement with drugs or prostitution, no reason to expect that she would become the target of a predator who had been watching her for months. Aiden had first noticed Catherine during one of his scouting trips through different neighborhoods, searching for new hunting grounds and potential victims. She had been loading groceries into her car outside a supermarket, distracted by a phone call and completely unaware of the eyes studying her every movement. Something about her vulnerability in that moment, the way she juggled her phone, her keys, and her shopping bags while trying to manage her two restless children, had triggered something deep in Aiden's predatory instincts. He began following her routine, learning the rhythms of her daily life with the patience of a professional stalker. Catherine taught third grade at Washington Elementary, coached the school's drama club, and volunteered at the local animal shelter on weekends. She was everything Aiden despised: kind, caring, connected to her community, surrounded by people who would miss her immediately if she disappeared. That was precisely what made her so appealing to him. The abduction was Aiden's most audacious yet. Rather than waiting for an opportunity to catch Catherine alone, he created one. Using skills he had learned from watching countless hours of true crime documentaries and police procedural shows, he staged what appeared to be a minor car accident in the school parking lot, positioning his vehicle so that Catherine would have to stop and check for damage when she tried to leave after a late evening parent-teacher conference. When she approached his car to examine the supposed damage, Aiden was ready with a chloroform-soaked cloth and the kind of practiced efficiency that comes from months of planning. Catherine's last conscious memory would be of a soft-spoken young man apologizing profusely for the accident, right before the chemical-soaked rag covered her nose and mouth and darkness claimed her. The disappearance of a respected teacher and devoted mother sent shockwaves through the Princeton community that reverberated across the state. Unlike his previous victims, Catherine's vanishing couldn't be dismissed as a drug deal gone wrong or a prostitute moving to a new territory. This was a pillar of the community, someone with deep roots and countless connections, and her disappearance suggested that no one was safe from whatever predator was stalking New Jersey's residents. Detective Morrison found himself under pressure from both his superiors and the media to solve what was now being called the Princeton teacher case. The FBI was brought in to assist with the investigation, and suddenly Morrison's quiet task force was thrust into the spotlight of a major criminal investigation that had captured the attention of the entire state. But Catherine Mills was already beyond rescue. In the soundproof basement on Elm Street, she was experiencing horrors that would have broken the minds of seasoned investigators. Aiden was a behavioral analyst with the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit who specialized in serial predators. She had been assigned to the Catherine Mills case based on her expertise in understanding the psychological patterns that drove repeat killers, and within hours of reviewing the evidence, she knew they were dealing with something far more complex than a simple abduction. "This isn't his first," Agent Chun told the assembled task force during her initial briefing. The level of planning, the sophistication of the operation, the complete absence of physical evidence. This is someone who has done this before. Many times before. What Agent Chun didn't realize was that she was looking at the work of someone who had been perfecting his craft for over 5 years. Someone who had turned murder into an exact science and had left behind a trail of bodies that law enforcement had failed to connect. But that was about to change. Using advanced computer algorithms and pattern analysis software, Agent Chun began the painstaking process of cross-referencing Catherine's disappearance with unsolved missing persons cases across the northeastern United States. What emerged was a picture that chilled even experienced investigators to the bone. A pattern of disappearances spanning multiple states and years, all bearing the same hallmarks of careful planning, victim selection, and complete disposal of physical evidence. The breakthrough came when Agent Chun decided to expand her search parameters to include seemingly unrelated cold cases. Sarah Chen's murder from years earlier appeared in the results, and something about the level of violence and preparation involved reminded her of what she was seeing in the current cases. When she ran DNA analysis on evidence from that crime scene, she found traces that matched samples recovered from several of the missing persons' last known location. "We're not looking for someone who just started killing," Agent Chun announced to a stunned task force. "We're looking for someone who has been killing for years, possibly decades. And based on the escalation pattern we're seeing, he's just getting started." The revelation transformed the investigation from a simple missing persons case into the largest serial killer investigation in New Jersey's history. Resources were redirected, additional agents were brought in, and for the first time since he had begun killing, Aiden Fuchs found himself the target of a coordinated law enforcement effort that was specifically designed to identify and capture serial predators. But even as the investigation intensified, Aiden was already planning his next victim. Unaware that each kill was now being viewed as part of a larger pattern, each piece of evidence carefully cataloged and analyzed by experts who understood predators like him better than he understood himself. The hunter was still hunting, but the hunted were finally beginning to hunt back. The stage was set for a confrontation that would determine whether Aiden Fuchs would continue his reign of terror or whether justice would finally catch up with the monster who had turned New Jersey into his personal killing ground. The answer would come sooner than anyone expected, and in a form that no one could have predicted. The spring of 2007 brought with it a sense of impending doom that seemed to hang over central New Jersey like a toxic cloud. The FBI task force had grown to over 40 agents, and their investigation had expanded to include victims from as far back as Aiden's high school years. Advanced forensic analysis had connected him to 17 confirmed murders, with evidence suggesting the actual number could be significantly higher. But Aiden Fuchs remained a ghost, a shadow moving through the margins of society, always one step ahead of the investigators who were closing in on him with mathematical precision. His name had not yet been connected to the crimes, but the noose was tightening with each passing day, each new piece of evidence, each breakthrough in forensic analysis. The house on Elm Street had become a fortress of paranoia. Aiden had installed multiple security systems, motion detectors, and surveillance cameras that allowed him to monitor every approach to his property. The basement, once his private theater of torture, now doubled as a bunker where he could retreat if law enforcement ever discovered his location. He had stockpiled weapons, food, and ammunition, preparing for the siege he knew was inevitable. But paranoia and preparation couldn't protect him from the one enemy he never saw coming: the families of his victims, who had grown tired of waiting for justice and had decided to take matters into their own hands. The formation of what would become known as the Circle began with a chance encounter in the waiting room of the FBI field office in Newark. Maria Santos, whose daughter Isabella had vanished 6 months earlier, found herself sitting next to James Crawford, whose brother David had disappeared under similar circumstances. As they shared their stories of frustration with the slow pace of the official investigation, they discovered that their loved ones were among the growing list of victims connected to what the media had dubbed the Garden State Killer. "They keep telling us to be patient," Maria whispered, her voice thick with barely contained rage. "Patient while that monster is still out there, still hunting. How many more have to die while they shuffle their papers and run their tests?" James Crawford, a former Marine who had served 3 tours in Afghanistan, understood the kind of justice that came from the barrel of a gun rather than the gavel of a judge. "Maybe it's time we stopped waiting for them to do their job," he said quietly, his eyes holding the hard gleam of a man who had already crossed lines that most people couldn't even imagine. The circle grew slowly, carefully, composed of family members who had been broken by loss and driven to the edge by the apparent ineffectiveness of the legal system. They met in secret, communicated through encrypted channels, and began their own investigation using resources and methods that law enforcement couldn't or wouldn't employ. Roberto Chan, the brother of Detective Morrison's old victim Sarah Chan, brought technical expertise from his work in computer security. Lisa Walker, whose teenage son had been one of Aiden's more recent victims, contributed her skills as a former private investigator. Marcus Rodriguez Sr., whose son had been Aiden's first victim after gaining full autonomy, provided connections to the criminal underworld that operated parallel to legitimate society. Together, they began assembling a picture of their tormentor that was far more complete than anything the FBI had managed to compile. They hacked into city databases, bribed clerks for access to sealed records, and followed money trails through a labyrinth of false identities and shell companies. Where law enforcement was constrained by warrants and probable cause, the Circle operated with the ruthless efficiency of people who had nothing left to lose. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Eleanor Fuchs's estate had never been properly settled, and property tax records showed that someone had been paying the bills for the house on Elm Street in cash, always through different intermediaries, always carefully obscured. But Marcus Rodriguez Sr.'s contacts in the criminal community had noticed a pattern. The same young man had been purchasing unusual supplies from black market dealers: soundproofing materials, industrial restraints, chemicals used for body disposal, and most damning of all, a specific type of preservation equipment designed for morgues and funeral homes. "His name is Aiden Fuchs," Roberto Chan announced during one of their clandestine meetings, in the back room of a defunct restaurant that Marcus Sr. controlled. 22 years old, lives alone in his deceased grandmother's house. No visible means of support, but somehow has access to significant amounts of cash. The photograph Roberto had obtained from hacked DMV records showed a thin, pale young man with dark hair and dead eyes, the kind of face that could disappear in a crowd, forgettable except for something indefinably wrong in his expression. But to the members of the circle, this unremarkable face represented the embodiment of absolute evil, the source of their unending nightmares, the target of their carefully planned vengeance. "The FBI doesn't know about him yet," Lisa Walker added, her voice steady despite the tears streaming down her face. "We're ahead of them. We have the advantage." That advantage wouldn't last long. Agent Chen's investigation was also closing in on the house on Elm Street, following a different trail but arriving at the same destination. The difference was that law enforcement intended to arrest Aiden Fuchs and subject him to the slow, methodical process of justice. The circle had other plans. The decision to act was made unanimously, though the specific details of their revenge were debated with the intensity of military strategists planning a crucial battle. Some advocated for a quick execution, a bullet to the head delivered without warning or ceremony. Others wanted him to suffer, to experience a fraction of the terror he had inflicted on their loved ones before death finally claimed him. James Crawford, with his military background and understanding of both killing and survival, emerged as the natural leader of the operation. "He's been playing with people's lives like they were toys," he said during their final planning session. "It's time someone played with his." The plan they developed was elaborate, risky, and absolutely brutal in its conception. Rather than simply killing Aiden, they would subject him to his own methods, using the basement chamber he had constructed as the instrument of his destruction. They would make him experience every technique he had perfected on their family members, would force him to understand what it felt like to be completely helpless in the hands of someone who viewed him as nothing more than an object for their entertainment. But first, they had to catch him. Surveillance of the house on Elm Street revealed that Aiden had become increasingly paranoid, rarely leaving the property during daylight hours and never maintaining any consistent routine that could be predicted. His security measures were sophisticated enough to challenge even experienced operatives, and his obvious preparation for siege conditions suggested he wouldn't be taken easily. The solution came from Lisa Walker, whose background in private investigation had taught her that everyone had weaknesses, patterns that could be exploited by someone patient enough to find them. "He's a predator," she explained to the group. "That means he has to hunt. We can't force him out, but we can lure him." The bait was Maria Santos herself. Using information they had gathered about Aiden's victim selection criteria, she would position herself as the perfect target. A vulnerable woman, recently divorced, working late shifts at a job that required her to travel through isolated areas where a predator could strike without witnesses. They would make her irresistible to him, and when he took the bait, the circle would be waiting. It took 3 weeks of careful staging before Aiden noticed Maria. She had taken a job as a night shift cleaner at an office complex near the New Jersey Turnpike, a location that required her to walk through poorly lit parking areas and past numerous hiding spots where an attacker could wait unseen. Every night, she made herself vulnerable, following the same route at the same time, creating the kind of pattern that predators like Aiden found irresistible. Unknown to Maria, Aiden had been watching her for 2 weeks, studying her routine, learning her vulnerabilities, planning the elaborate abduction that would bring her to his basement chamber. He had already begun preparing the space for his newest victim, installing additional recording equipment and selecting the tools he would use to break down her resistance before beginning the real work of her destruction. On the night of April 15, 2007, Aiden finally made his move. Maria was walking to her car after completing her shift when she heard footsteps behind her, the soft sound of someone trying to move stealthily across gravel. She had been expecting this moment for weeks, had rehearsed it countless times with the other members of the circle, but the reality of being stalked by a serial killer still sent ice water through her veins. "Excuse me." Aiden's voice was soft, apologetic, exactly the kind of non-threatening tone that had lulled so many victims into complacency. "I think you dropped this back there." Maria turned to see him holding a wallet. Her wallet, though she knew perfectly well it was still in her purse. The setup was obvious, clumsy even, but she played her part with the skill of someone whose daughter's life had depended on getting this performance exactly right. "Oh my God, thank you so much," she said, reaching for the wallet with apparent gratitude. "I didn't even realize." The chloroform-soaked cloth covered her nose and mouth before she could finish the sentence, and Aiden's arm encircled her throat with practiced efficiency. But this time was different. The van stopped, and Aiden felt himself being dragged across rough concrete, through a doorway, down a flight of stairs that he recognized with dawning horror as his own basement steps. They were taking him to his own torture chamber, were going to use his own equipment against him in a symmetry so perfect it could only have been orchestrated by some cosmic sense of justice. When the hood was finally removed, Aiden found himself strapped to the same table where he had tortured and killed 17 innocent people. The basement looked exactly as he had left it, except now he was the one experiencing it from the victim's perspective. The soundproof walls that had contained so many screams would now muffle his own. The recording equipment he had used to document his crimes would now capture his destruction. The tools he had carefully arranged for maximum psychological impact were now pointed at him. Standing around the table were 6 people whose faces he recognized from his extensive research into his victims' families. These were the survivors, the ones left behind to grieve and rage and plan their revenge. They were looking at him with expressions he had seen before, in the eyes of his victims during those final moments when hope died and they realized that death was inevitable. "We know who you are," Roberto Chin said, his voice carrying the weight of years of grief and anger. "We know what you did to our families. We've seen the videos you made, the photographs you took, the souvenirs you kept. We know everything." The realization that his crimes had been discovered, that his carefully guarded secrets were now known to the very people he had wronged, sent panic flooding through Aiden's system. He had always believed that his victims died in anonymity, that their families would never know the details of their suffering. The knowledge that these survivors had witnessed his work, had seen their loved ones' final moments, was somehow more terrifying than the physical death he knew was coming. "The police are looking for you," Lisa Walker continued, her voice steady and controlled. "The FBI has your DNA, your fingerprints, everything they need to put you away forever. But that's not going to happen. You're never going to see the inside of a courtroom. You're never going to have the chance to manipulate another jury or fool another psychiatrist. Your story ends here, tonight, in this room where you killed our children." What followed was justice in its most primitive, brutal form. An eye for an eye delivered with the precision of people who had studied their target's methods and were determined to exceed them. The Circle had learned from Aiden's own recordings, had studied his techniques, and had developed refinements that even he had never considered. They didn't just want him to die. They wanted him to experience every emotion his victims had felt, to understand the complete helplessness of being trapped in a nightmare with no possibility of escape. They wanted him to feel the despair of knowing that no one was coming to save him, the terror of anticipating pain that would be carefully calibrated to avoid unconsciousness, the absolute desolation of realizing that his death would be slow, methodical, and utterly without mercy. For 14 hours, Aiden Fuchs experienced his own methods from the victim's perspective. Every tool he had used on others was used on him. Every psychological technique he had perfected was applied to break down his sanity. Every moment of suffering he had inflicted was returned to him with compound interest. The recording equipment captured every moment, just as it had documented the deaths of his victims. But this time, the purpose was different. This wasn't for entertainment or personal gratification. This was evidence, proof that justice had finally been served, documentation that the monster who had terrorized New Jersey was finally experiencing the consequences of his actions. When death finally claimed Aiden Fuchs in the early hours of April 16, 2007, it came not as relief but as the final indignity in a process designed to strip away every shred of the arrogance and control that had defined his adult life. He died as his victims had died, broken, terrified, and utterly alone, his last breath escaping in a whisper that contained nothing but pain and regret. The families of Aiden's victims would move on with their lives, carrying their secrets and their satisfaction in equal measure. Maria Santos would become an advocate for victims' rights, working within the legal system to ensure that other families wouldn't have to wait as long as she had for justice. James Crawford would return to his military contracting work, his conscience clear and his sleep untroubled by nightmares for the first time in years. And in the basement of the house on Elm Street, now occupied by a young couple who had no idea of its dark history, silence reigned eternal. The soundproof walls kept their final secret. The concrete floor showed no stains, and the air held no trace of the violence that had once filled every corner of that underground chamber. Aiden Fuchs was gone, erased from existence as completely as he had erased his victims. But his legacy lived on in the families who had survived him, in the investigators who had hunted him, and in the knowledge that sometimes, when the system fails, ordinary people must become extraordinary to ensure that evil does not triumph. The circle was closed. Justice was served. And the monster who had thought himself untouchable had learned, in his final moments, that there are fates far worse than death, and sometimes those fates are exactly what evil deserves. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our third story. Story 3, The Double Initial Killer, Joseph Naso's Reign of Terror. In the heavy silence of a long-abandoned storage unit in Reno, Nevada, a parole officer's flashlight sliced through the darkness, uncovering the vile secrets buried there for years. What he discovered would unravel a web of terror spanning for decades, 5 states, and countless shattered lives. Hidden among mountains of photographs depicting women in degrading poses, investigators found something that would send chills down the spines of seasoned detectives. A handwritten journal. Not just any journal. A meticulous record of death, written in the trembling hand of a predator who had stalked, tortured, and murdered for over 30 years. The pages reeked of obsession, each entry detailed with surgical precision. Locations, methods, and most disturbingly, a pattern so calculated it would earn him the moniker that still haunts law enforcement today, the double initial killer. This wasn't random violence. This was systematic annihilation, orchestrated by a monster who turned murder into an art form, selecting his victims based on one terrifying criterion. Their names had to match. First initial, last initial, death sentence. Joseph Naso didn't just kill women, he collected them. Like butterflies pinned to a board, each victim became part of his grotesque gallery, their final moments captured through his camera's lens before their lives were snuffed out with methodical brutality. For decades, he moved like a shadow across the American landscape, leaving behind a trail of broken families and unsolved cases that would eventually reveal the most chilling truth of all. He was just getting started. What you're about to witness is not just the story of a serial killer. It's the anatomy of evil itself, dissected through 4 chapters of unimaginable horror. Prepare yourself for a journey into the darkest corners of human depravity, where death came with a signature and terror wore the face of an ordinary man. The year was 1934, and Rochester, New York welcomed into the world what appeared to be an ordinary child. But behind the innocent facade of baby Joseph Naso lurked something far more sinister, a darkness that would eventually consume dozens of lives across multiple decades. Even as a child, there were signs. Disturbing signs that should have served as warnings for the carnage to come. Neighbors would later recall young Joseph's unsettling fascination with death. While other children played with toys, he collected roadkill, examining the decomposing corpses with the clinical detachment of a pathologist. His eyes, cold and calculating even in youth, seemed to peer directly into the souls of those around him, cataloging weaknesses, vulnerabilities, and most disturbingly, potential victims. By his teenage years, Naso's predatory instincts had crystallized into something far more dangerous. He developed an obsession with photography, but not the innocent hobby most would assume. His camera became an instrument of power, a weapon he wielded to capture women in vulnerable, degrading positions. Each click of the shutter was a small victory in his twisted mind. Another moment of dominance frozen in time, another step toward the ultimate expression of control, murder. The transformation from disturbed youth to cold-blooded killer didn't happen overnight. It was a gradual metamorphosis, like a serpent slowly shedding its skin to reveal the venomous creature beneath. In 1958, Naso joined the United States Air Force, but even military discipline couldn't contain the growing malevolence within him. His fellow servicemen reported strange behaviors. Midnight photography sessions, collections of women's undergarments, and most chillingly, detailed notes about female personnel that read more like hunting logs than casual observations. After his military discharge, Naso drifted across the country like a plague, leaving behind a wake of missing persons reports and unsolved disappearances. He worked various jobs: insurance salesman, freelance photographer, property manager, each position providing him with access to vulnerable women and the perfect cover for his increasingly violent fantasies. To the outside world, he appeared to be nothing more than an eccentric middle-aged man with a camera. But behind closed doors, he was methodically planning something far more sinister. The first confirmed kill came in 1977, though investigators now believe his actual body count began years earlier. 18-year-old Roxine Ragash should have been celebrating the prime of her life. Instead, she became the inaugural victim in what would become a decades-long symphony of suffering. Her name, with its matching RR initials, sealed her fate the moment Naso's predatory gaze fell upon her. Roxine's murder set the template for all the horrors that would follow. Naso didn't simply kill his victims. He orchestrated their destruction with the precision of a conductor leading a death march. The process began with surveillance, hours upon hours of watching, learning routines, identifying vulnerabilities. He studied his prey with the dedication of a scholar, noting when they traveled alone, where they felt safest, and most importantly, when they would be completely isolated and defenseless. The abduction itself was a masterclass in calculated terror. Naso didn't rely on brute force or random opportunity. Instead, he employed psychological manipulation, presenting himself as a helpful stranger, a professional photographer offering career opportunities, or simply a kind gentleman willing to provide assistance. By the time his victims realized the true nature of their situation, they were already trapped in his web of horror. What happened next defies human comprehension. In the suffocating confines of whatever location Naso had chosen for his ritualistic torture, his victims endured hours of unimaginable agony. He didn't simply kill. He savored every moment of their terror, documenting their suffering through photographs and detailed written accounts that would later serve as a roadmap to his depravity. The sexual assault was merely the beginning of the nightmare. Naso's true pleasure came from the psychological torture, the gradual stripping away of hope, dignity, and ultimately life itself. He forced his victims to pose for photographs in degrading positions, each image capturing another fragment of their shattered souls. The camera clicks became a countdown to death, each flash illuminating the face of a monster who had long since abandoned any pretense of humanity. When the torture finally reached its crescendo, death came through strangulation. Slow, deliberate, and impossibly cruel. Naso's hands, which had once pretended to offer help and comfort, became instruments of execution. He watched as the light faded from his victims' eyes, savoring their final moments of terror like a fine wine. To him, their deaths weren't endings. They were masterpieces, works of art that he had crafted with meticulous attention to detail. But even death didn't mark the end of his victims' suffering. Naso's post-mortem rituals were perhaps the most disturbing aspect of his crimes. He continued photographing the bodies, positioning them in poses that satisfied his twisted aesthetic sensibilities. The corpses became props in his demented gallery, their final indignity serving as trophies for a killer who viewed murder not as a crime, but as his calling. Roxine Ragash's body was discovered in Marin County, California, discarded like refuse in a remote location chosen specifically to delay discovery and complicate the investigation. But Naso had made one crucial error. He had established a pattern. The double initials, the photographic evidence, the methodical torture, all of it pointed to a killer who was just beginning his reign of terror. As law enforcement examined the crime scene, they couldn't have imagined the scope of horror they were about to uncover. Roxine Ragash wasn't an isolated victim. She was patient zero in an epidemic of evil that would claim lives across multiple states and span decades. The double initial killer had announced his presence to the world, and he was far from finished. The year 1977 marked not just the death of an innocent young woman, but the birth of a monster whose appetite for destruction would only grow with each passing year. Joseph Naso had tasted blood, and he found it intoxicating. The hunt for more victims with matching initials had begun, and America would never be the same. The taste of murder had awakened something insatiable within Joseph Naso's blackened soul. Roxane Ragash's death wasn't an ending. It was a beginning, the first note in a symphony of suffering that would echo across the American landscape for the next 17 years. As 1978 dawned, the monster was already hunting for his next masterpiece, his next canvas upon which to paint his grotesque artistry of death. Carmen Colon never saw death coming. At 22 years old, she possessed the tragic combination of vulnerability and matching initials that made her irresistible to Naso's predatory instincts. Her life, which should have been filled with hope and possibility, became instead a case study in the methodical destruction of human dignity. The year was 1978, and the double initial killer was refining his technique, perfecting the art of murder with each successive victim. The hunt for Carmen began months before her actual disappearance. Naso had developed an intricate system of surveillance, a web of observation that allowed him to study potential victims with the dedication of a scientist examining laboratory specimens. He followed Carmen through her daily routines, noting the times she traveled alone, the routes she preferred, and most importantly, the moments when she would be most vulnerable to his approach. When the moment finally arrived, Naso struck with the precision of a surgeon and the cruelty of a demon. Carmen's abduction occurred in broad daylight, a testament to the killer's growing confidence and his uncanny ability to present himself as a benign presence in a world filled with genuine threats. Witnesses would later report seeing Carmen speaking with a well-dressed, middle-aged man who seemed to be offering some form of assistance. Within hours, she had vanished without a trace. The torture chamber where Carmen met her fate remains unknown to investigators, but the evidence of her suffering speaks volumes about the horrors she endured. Naso's photographic collection, discovered decades later, would reveal the systematic degradation and torture that preceded her death. Each image captured a moment of pure terror, a fragment of agony that the killer preserved like a collector safeguarding precious artifacts. The sexual assault was brutal beyond description, but it was merely the opening act in Naso's theater of cruelty. He forced Carmen to endure hours of psychological torture, systematically destroying her sense of hope while documenting every moment of her anguish. The camera became both witness and participant in her destruction, its lens capturing images that would haunt investigators for years to come. When death finally came, it arrived through the same method that had claimed Roxane Ragash, strangulation. But Naso's technique had evolved, becoming more refined, more deliberately cruel. He had learned to prolong the process, to savor each moment as life slowly ebbed from his victim's body. Carmen's final moments were a study in methodical murder, each second carefully orchestrated to maximize both her suffering and his pleasure. The disposal of Carmen's body revealed the killer's growing sophistication. Unlike Roxane's corpse, which had been discovered relatively quickly, Carmen's remains were hidden with meticulous care. Naso had learned from his first kill, adapting his methods to delay discovery and complicate the investigation. When her body was finally found, it bore all the hallmarks of his evolving signature. The photographic evidence, the ritualistic positioning, and most chillingly, the matching initials that would eventually become his calling card. But Carmen Colon's death was merely the second movement in Naso's symphony of terror. As the years passed, he continued to refine his technique, becoming more selective in his victim choices and more sophisticated in his methods. The 1980s saw him traveling extensively throughout California and Nevada, always searching for the perfect combination of vulnerability and alphabetical alignment that would satisfy his twisted requirements. The psychological profile emerging from these early murders painted a portrait of a killer unlike any law enforcement had encountered before. This wasn't a crime of passion or opportunity. It was systematic elimination, conducted with the methodical precision of an assembly line worker and the artistic sensibilities of a demented aesthete. Each murder built upon the lessons learned from the previous kill, creating a portfolio of horror that grew more sophisticated with each passing year. During this period, Naso established himself in Reno, Nevada, a location that would prove crucial to his long-term survival as a serial killer. The transient nature of the city, combined with its proximity to California, provided him with the perfect hunting ground. He could select victims from a constantly changing population while maintaining the stability of a home base for his increasingly elaborate collection of death memorabilia. The gap between Carmen Colon's murder in 1978 and his next confirmed kill revealed the true nature of Naso's pathology. He wasn't driven by uncontrollable urges or impulsive violence. He was a patient predator, capable of waiting years for the perfect opportunity to strike. This restraint made him infinitely more dangerous than the typical serial killer, as it allowed him to avoid detection while methodically planning each successive murder. When Naso finally struck again in 1993, the 15-year gap had done nothing to diminish his appetite for violence. If anything, the extended waiting period had only intensified his hunger for death. Pamela Ruth Parsons, 38 years old and working as a waitress, became the third confirmed victim in his collection of matching initials. Her murder would prove that time had not softened the killer's methods. If anything, they had become even more refined and sadistic. Pamela's abduction followed the same methodical pattern established with his previous victims, but the torture and murder revealed new depths of depravity. The 15-year gap had been spent not in remorse or rehabilitation, but in perfecting his craft. The photographs recovered from Naso's collection showed that Pamela's suffering exceeded even the horrors inflicted upon Roxine and Carmen. The killer had used the intervening years to develop new techniques of torture, new methods of extracting maximum agony from his victims. The sexual assault was more brutal, more systematically degrading than his previous crimes. But it was the psychological torture that revealed the true evolution of his pathology. Naso had learned to weaponize hope itself, alternately offering his victims false promises of survival before snatching them away with sadistic glee. Pamela endured hours of this psychological warfare before the physical torture even began. When death finally came, it was through the same strangulation method that had claimed his previous victims, but refined to an art form. Naso had learned to prolong the process, to extract every possible moment of terror from the dying experience. Pamela's final moments were choreographed with the precision of a ballet, each movement calculated to maximize both her suffering and his satisfaction. The disposal of Pamela's body revealed the killer's continued evolution. By 1993, he had perfected the art of concealment, choosing locations and methods that would delay discovery for months or even years. When her remains were finally located, they bore all the familiar signatures of his previous work, but with refinements that spoke to nearly 2 decades of murderous experience. Just 1 year later, in 1994, Naso claimed his fourth and final confirmed victim, Tracy Tafoya, 31 years old and possessing the TT initials that sealed her fate. Tracy's murder would prove to be the culmination of his deadly career, incorporating all the lessons learned from his previous kills into one final masterpiece of horror. The abduction, torture, and murder of Tracy Tafoya represented the pinnacle of Naso's murderous career. Every technique he had developed, every method he had refined, every psychological tool he had sharpened over the years was brought to bear on this final victim. The photographs and evidence recovered from his collection suggest that Tracy endured the most prolonged and systematic torture of any of his confirmed victims. The sexual assault was devastating in its brutality, but the psychological torture reached new heights of cruelty. Naso had spent 17 years learning how to break the human spirit, and Tracy became the unfortunate recipient of his accumulated expertise. Her suffering was documented with photographic precision, each moment of agony preserved for the killer's later enjoyment. The strangulation that finally ended Tracy's life was performed with the skill of a master craftsman. Naso had perfected his technique to the point where he could control not just the timing of death, but the intensity of suffering that preceded it. Tracy's final moments were a testament to the evolution of evil, showcasing what a human being could become when every trace of humanity had been systematically eliminated. The disposal of Tracy's body marked the end of Naso's confirmed killing spree, but investigators believe it was far from the end of his criminal activity. The gap between 1994 and his eventual arrest in 2010 remains a dark period in the double initial killer's timeline, filled with unconfirmed disappearances and unsolved murders that may yet reveal the true scope of his decades-long reign of terror. As the 20th century drew to a close, Joseph Naso had established himself as one of America's most methodical and successful serial killers. For confirmed victims, each bearing the matching initials that had become his signature, each tortured and murdered with increasing sophistication and cruelty. But the monster wasn't finished. He was simply evolving, preparing for whatever horrors the new millennium might bring. The turn of the millennium should have marked a new chapter in human progress. But for Joseph Naso, it represented merely another hunting season in his decades-long campaign of terror. As the world celebrated a 15-year span of unconfirmed murders, disappearances, and escalating violence that would eventually lead to his downfall. Each page detailed locations, methods, victim selection criteria, and most disturbingly, plans for future murders. The journal entries revealed that Naso's obsession with double initials was only one aspect of a much more complex psychological framework. He assigned numerical values to victims based on their physical attributes, rated their performance during torture sessions, and maintained detailed records of which techniques produced the most satisfactory results. Murder, for Joseph Naso, had become a science, one that he pursued with the dedication of a researcher and the passion of an artist. Among the most disturbing discoveries was what investigators dubbed the List of 10, a handwritten catalog that appeared to document past murders and plan future ones. The list contained references to women with matching initials, specific locations where bodies might be disposed, and methodological notes that read like a how-to guide for serial killing. Each entry represented not just a life ended, but a human being reduced to nothing more than an item in a monster's inventory. The list included references to victims beyond the 4 confirmed murders, suggesting that Naso's actual kill count was far higher than anyone had imagined. Names, dates, and locations painted a picture of a serial killer whose activities spanned not just decades, but potentially multiple states and victim demographics. Naso's ability to present himself as a legitimate professional allowed him to operate beneath the radar of suspicion. The killer's increasing boldness during this period also manifested in his choice of hunting grounds. Rather than limiting himself to the margins of society, he began targeting women from more diverse backgrounds, college students, working professionals, and others whose disappearances would generate significant investigative attention. This shift suggested either overconfidence or an escalating psychological need for more challenging victims. Technology began to work against Naso during this period, though he initially adapted well to changing circumstances. The proliferation of digital photography allowed him to document his crimes more efficiently, but it also created digital evidence that would prove impossible to completely destroy. Security cameras became more common, cell phones began tracking locations, and databases started connecting crimes across jurisdictional boundaries in ways that would eventually prove fatal to his freedom. The psychological profile that emerged from this extended period of activity revealed a killer who had achieved a level of sophistication rarely seen in serial murder cases. Naso wasn't driven by impulsive violence or uncontrollable urges. He was a methodical predator who approached murder with the same systematic planning that legitimate professionals bring to their careers. Each kill built upon the previous one, incorporating lessons learned and techniques refined through experience. But perhaps most chilling was the evidence that Naso viewed himself not as a criminal, but as an artist. His journals contained references to his work, his subjects, and his collection in terms that suggested he believed he was creating something of lasting value. The murders weren't crimes to be hidden, but achievements to be celebrated and preserved for posterity. The house in Reno became a shrine to this twisted philosophy, with rooms dedicated to different aspects of his murderous career. Photographs were cataloged and organized like museum pieces, journals were maintained with academic rigor, and victim memorabilia was preserved with the care typically reserved for family heirlooms. This wasn't the lair of a madman. It was the workshop of a predator who had transformed killing into a profession. As 2010 approached, Joseph Naso had successfully operated as a serial killer for over 3 decades. He had murdered with impunity, documented his crimes with impunity, and collected trophies from his victims with impunity. The double initial killer had become a master of his craft, a professional death dealer who had perfected the art of making people disappear. But every monster, no matter how careful or sophisticated, eventually makes a mistake. For Joseph Naso, that mistake was about to come in the form of a routine parole visit that would unravel 30 years of carefully constructed deception. The web he had spent decades weaving was about to collapse, exposing not just 4 confirmed murders, but potentially the largest collection of serial killing evidence in American criminal history. The reckoning was coming, and when it arrived, it would reveal the true scope of horror that one man could inflict upon the world while maintaining the facade of ordinary respectability. The double initial killer's reign of terror was about to end, but the nightmares he had created would haunt investigators, families, and society for generations to come. April 13, 2010, began like any other day for Nevada parole officer Jason Cook, but it would end with the discovery of one of the most extensive serial killing operations in American criminal history. What started as a routine compliance check at Joseph Naso's modest Reno residence would evolve into an investigation that would horrify even the most seasoned law enforcement professionals and finally bring justice for victims who had been silenced for decades. The visit was supposed to be mundane, a standard procedure for monitoring parolees with minor infractions. Naso was on probation for theft, a seemingly petty crime that masked the true nature of the monster living in plain sight. But when Officer Cook entered the house, he stepped into a chamber of horrors that defied human comprehension, a private museum of murder that documented 30 years of systematic killing. The first indication that something was horrifically wrong came from the photographs. Not dozens, not hundreds, but thousands upon thousands of images depicting women in various states of undress, degradation, and terror. These weren't the typical pornographic materials that might be found in many homes. These were documentation of torture, systematic abuse, and what appeared to be the final moments of numerous lives. Each photograph was carefully labeled, cataloged, and preserved like precious artifacts in a collector's gallery. As Cook continued his search, the true scope of Naso's crimes began to emerge. The journals were perhaps even more disturbing than the photographs, providing a first-person narrative of decades of murder written in the killer's own hand. Page after page detailed victim selection processes, torture techniques, disposal methods, and most chillingly, plans for future murders. These weren't the ravings of a madman. They were the professional notes of a predator who had turned killing into a science. The discovery that would ultimately seal Naso's fate was what investigators dubbed the List of 10, a handwritten catalog that appeared to document both past murders and future targets. Each entry contained enough detail to guide investigators to bodies that had remained undiscovered for decades, while also revealing the systematic nature of his victim selection process. The matching initials that had earned him his notorious nickname were just one aspect of a much more complex and sophisticated killing methodology. The list included references that went far beyond the 4 murders that would eventually be prosecuted in court. Names, dates, locations, and methodological notes painted a picture of a serial killer whose actual body count might never be fully known. Each line represented not just a life ended, but a family destroyed, a future erased, and a piece of humanity consumed by an appetite that seemed insatiable. When news of Naso's arrest broke, law enforcement agencies across multiple states began re-examining cold cases with new eyes. The scope of his travels, combined with the systematic nature of his crimes, suggested potential connections to unsolved murders spanning from New York to California and covering a timeline that stretched back to the 1960s. The double initial killer, it seemed, had been far more prolific than anyone had dared imagine. The legal proceedings that followed were as methodical as Naso's crimes themselves. Prosecutors faced the challenging task of building cases from evidence that was decades old, witnesses whose memories had faded, and a defendant who showed not remorse, but pride in his accomplishments. Naso represented himself at trial, a decision that would provide courtroom observers with a chilling glimpse into the mind of a serial killer who viewed his crimes as achievements rather than atrocities. The first murder to go to trial was that of Roxane Ragash, the 18-year-old whose death in 1977 had marked the beginning of Naso's confirmed killing spree. The evidence presented in court painted a picture of methodical torture that left even hardened court personnel visibly shaken. Photographs showed the systematic degradation and abuse that Roxine endured before her death, while journal entries provided a narrator's commentary on the killer's enjoyment of her suffering. The prosecution's case was built not just on physical evidence, but on the psychological profile that emerged from Naso's own documentation. His journals revealed a killer who approached murder with the same systematic planning that legitimate professionals bring to their careers. Each victim was carefully selected, each method was deliberately chosen, and each disposal was meticulously planned to avoid detection while maximizing the killer's satisfaction. But it was the defendant's behavior during the trial that provided the most disturbing insight into his psyche. Rather than showing remorse or attempting to minimize his involvement, Naso seemed to take pride in the attention his crimes had generated. His cross-examinations of witnesses were conducted with a clinical detachment that suggested he viewed the proceedings not as a trial for his life, but as a seminar on his professional accomplishments. The evidence presented during the Carmen Colon murder trial revealed the evolution of Naso's killing technique. The torture had become more sophisticated, the psychological abuse more systematic, and the documentation more detailed. The killer had learned from his first murder and applied those lessons to create an even more horrific experience for his second victim. The progression from victim to victim showed a predator who was constantly refining his craft. Pamela Parsons' murder trial revealed the impact of Naso's 15-year hiatus from confirmed killing. Rather than growing rusty during the gap, he had apparently spent the time perfecting his techniques. The evidence showed that Pamela's suffering exceeded even the horrors inflicted upon Roxine and Carmen, suggesting that the killer had used the intervening years to develop new methods of extracting maximum agony from his victims. The final trial, for the murder of Tracy Tafoya, presented what prosecutors described as the culmination of Naso's murderous career. Every technique he had developed, every method he had refined, every psychological tool he had sharpened over the years was brought to bear on this final confirmed victim. The evidence suggested that Tracy endured the most prolonged and systematic torture of any of his documented victims. Throughout all the trials, the prosecution emphasized the matching initials that had become Naso's signature. But the evidence revealed that this wasn't simply a bizarre coincidence or random pattern. It was a deliberate methodology that allowed the killer to organize his crimes in a systematic way that satisfied his need for order and control. The initials weren't just a calling card, they were a filing system for a monster who approached murder like a business enterprise. The jury deliberations were brief for each trial, the evidence so overwhelming that lengthy discussions weren't necessary. But the impact on jurors was profound, with several requiring counseling after exposure to the photographs and journal entries that documented decades of systematic torture and murder. The crimes weren't just brutal, they were evidence of a level of premeditation and sadistic planning that challenged observers' understanding of human psychology. On August 20th, 2013, Joseph Naso was found guilty on all counts related to the 4 confirmed murders. The courtroom was packed with family members of the victims, law enforcement officials who had worked the cases, and media representatives covering one of California's most significant serial killer trials. But it was the defendant's reaction that provided the most chilling moment. He showed no emotion, no regret, no acknowledgement of the lives he had destroyed. Even in defeat, he maintained the clinical detachment that had characterized his crimes. The penalty phase of the trial provided victims' families with the opportunity to confront the monster who had destroyed their loved ones. Testimony after testimony painted pictures of vibrant young women whose lives had been cut short by Naso's appetite for death. Sisters, mothers, friends, and partners took the stand to ensure that the victims were remembered as human beings rather than simply entries in a killer's journal. The defense attempted to present mitigating factors, but the overwhelming evidence of premeditation and the systematic nature of the crimes made their task nearly impossible. How do you argue for mercy on behalf of a man who had shown none to his victims? How do you ask for compassion from jurors who had been exposed to photographic evidence of torture and murder spanning decades? On November 22, 2013, Judge Andrew Sweet sentenced Joseph Naso to death for the murders of Carmen Colon, Pamela Parsons, and Tracy Tafoya. For the murder of Roxine Ragash, committed before California reinstated capital punishment, he received life without the possibility of parole. The sentences were delivered with the same methodical precision that had characterized the investigation and prosecution, ensuring that the double initial killer would never again threaten innocent lives. But even as justice was served, questions remained about the true scope of Naso's crimes. The list of 10 contained references to victims beyond the 4 murders for which he was convicted, and law enforcement agencies continue to investigate potential connections to unsolved cases across multiple states. The photographs and journals recovered from his residence suggest a body count that may never be fully tallied, representing dozens of families who may never know what happened to their missing loved ones. The house in Reno, which had served as Naso's private museum of murder for decades, was eventually demolished. But the memories of what was discovered there continue to haunt the investigators who processed the scene. They had uncovered not just evidence of 4 murders, but documentation of what may have been the most extensive serial killing operation in American criminal history. The appeals process that followed Naso's conviction revealed the killer's continued lack of remorse or acceptance of responsibility. Rather than expressing regret for his crimes, he focused his legal arguments on technicalities and procedural issues, maintaining his innocence despite the overwhelming evidence that had secured his convictions. His behavior during the appeals process mirrored his conduct during the original trials, clinical, detached, and disturbingly focused on the mechanics of murder rather than the humanity of his victims. In 2016, Naso's appeals were denied at the state level, bringing him one step closer to his ultimate fate on California's death row. The California Supreme Court's decision was unanimous and unambiguous. The evidence supported the convictions, the procedures had been followed correctly, and the sentences were appropriate given the horrific nature of the crimes. Justice, it seemed, would finally be served for Roxine, Carmen, Pamela, and Tracy. But even as the legal system moved toward its conclusion, new evidence continued to emerge that suggested the true scope of Naso's crimes might never be fully understood. Cold case investigators from multiple states reported potential connections to unsolved murders dating back to the 1960s, each bearing some similarity to the systematic torture and killing methodology that had become the double initial killer's signature. The psychological impact of the Naso case extended far beyond the immediate victims and their families. Law enforcement professionals who had worked the investigation reported lasting trauma from exposure to the photographic evidence and journal entries that documented decades of systematic torture. Mental health professionals who consulted on the case described it as one of the most disturbing examples of serial killing they had encountered, noting the unusual combination of methodical planning and sadistic creativity that characterized Naso's crimes. The case also highlighted significant gaps in law enforcement communication and database sharing that had allowed Naso to operate undetected for decades. The killer's ability to move between jurisdictions while maintaining consistent methodologies had exploited weaknesses in interagency cooperation that have since been addressed through improved information sharing protocols and expanded DNA databases. On April 14, 2017, exactly 7 years after his arrest, Joseph Naso's reign of terror finally ended. Not through execution, as many had hoped, but through natural causes as he died in his cell on California's death row. At the age of 82, the double initial killer succumbed to complications related to advanced age and declining health, taking with him secrets about victims who may never be identified and crimes that may never be solved. His death was reported with the same clinical precision that had characterized his crimes. Time of death, cause, and location were all documented and filed away in official records. But for the families of his victims, his passing represented something far more significant than mere mortality statistics. It marked the end of a chapter of terror that had haunted their lives for decades, finally providing closure for wounds that had never fully healed. The investigation into Naso's crimes didn't end with his death. Law enforcement agencies continue to examine the thousands of photographs and pages of journal entries recovered from his residence, searching for clues that might provide answers for families of missing persons whose cases remain unsolved. Each image is carefully analyzed, each journal entry meticulously studied, in the hope that some detail might provide the key to solving decades-old mysteries. The legacy of the double initial killer extends far beyond the 4 confirmed murders for which he was convicted. His case has become a textbook study in serial killing methodology, demonstrating how a predator can operate undetected for decades while maintaining the facade of respectability. Law enforcement academies use his case as a training tool, teaching future investigators to recognize the patterns and methodologies that characterize systematic killing operations. Perhaps most importantly, the case has provided validation for the families of his victims, confirming that their loved ones were not forgotten and that justice, however delayed, would eventually be served. The trials gave voice to women who had been silenced by violence, ensuring that their stories would be told and their memories preserved beyond the clinical documentation found in their killers' journals. The photographic collection recovered from Naso's residence was eventually destroyed, but not before investigators had cataloged every image in the hope of identifying additional victims. The process was painstaking and traumatic for those involved, but necessary to ensure that every possible lead was pursued and every potential victim was accounted for. The journals were preserved as evidence, their contents serving as a permanent record of the systematic nature of his crimes. The house on Reno's Virginia Street, which had concealed decades of horror behind its mundane exterior, was demolished in 2018. The lot remained empty for years, as if the ground itself had been contaminated by the evil that had been planned and celebrated within those walls. Local residents reported that the property remained difficult to sell, its history too notorious to attract buyers who might have to live with the knowledge of what had occurred there. The double initial killer story serves as a chilling reminder that monsters can hide behind the most ordinary facades, that systematic evil can masquerade as respectability for decades, and that the capacity for human cruelty knows no bounds. Joseph Naso wasn't a creature of impulse or passion. He was a methodical predator who approached murder with the same systematic planning that others bring to legitimate careers. But perhaps the most important lesson from the Naso case is that justice, however delayed, can eventually be achieved through the dedication of law enforcement professionals who refuse to let cold cases remain forgotten. The investigators who spent years building the cases against the double initial killer ensured that Roxane Ragash, Carmen Colon, Pamela Parsons, and Tracy Tafoya would be remembered not just as victims, but as human beings whose lives had value and whose deaths demanded accountability. As the California Department of Corrections processed the paperwork related to Naso's death, they closed the file on one of the most methodical and prolific serial killers in American history. But the impact of his crimes continues to reverberate through the communities he terrorized, the families he destroyed, and the law enforcement agencies that worked tirelessly to bring him to justice. The double initial killer is dead, but his legacy lives on as a testament to the importance of never giving up on the pursuit of justice, never forgetting the victims of violent crime, and never underestimating the capacity for evil that can lurk behind the most ordinary appearance. His story is one of horror, but also one of hope. Hope that justice will ultimately prevail, that victims will be remembered, and that monsters will eventually be held accountable for their crimes. In the end, Joseph Naso's attempt to reduce his victims to mere entries in his alphabetical catalog of death failed completely. Roxane, Carmen, Pamela, and Tracy are remembered not as matching initials in a killer's filing system, but as individual human beings whose lives were cut tragically short by a monster who has finally been silenced forever. Their stories, preserved in court records and media accounts, ensure that they will be remembered long after their killer has been forgotten. The double initial killer's reign of terror lasted over 4 decades, but justice, when it finally came, was absolute and eternal. Evil may triumph for a time, but good ultimately prevails. A lesson written in blood and vindicated by the courage of those who refuse to let monsters operate in the shadows forever. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe, so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now, let's get into our 4th story. Story 4. The Mystery of the Vanishing Nurse Kelly Glover. In the cold, lifeless hallways where life and death intersect, where the sharp smell of antiseptic mixes with soft murmurs of hope, a predator moved silently among those who heal. Kelly Glover, a name that would forever shatter the sacred trust between patient and caregiver, transforming healing hands into instruments of calculated terror. Behind the gentle smile and crisp white uniform lurked a darkness so profound, so methodically cruel, that it would leave investigators questioning everything they thought they knew about human nature. This is not just another story of medical malpractice. This is the chilling chronicle of how one person's twisted psychology turned hospitals into hunting grounds, patients into prey, and the noble profession of nursing into a mask for unspeakable horror. What you're about to hear will challenge your faith in those sworn to do no harm and reveal how evil can hide behind the most trusted facades. Prepare yourself for a journey into the mind of a killer who chose the most vulnerable victims, those who trusted completely, those who had no choice but to place their lives in seemingly caring hands. This is the story of Kelly Glover, the vanishing nurse, whose reign of terror left a trail of bodies and shattered families in its wake. The fluorescent lights hummed their monotonous tune above Ward 7C at Mercy General Hospital, casting harsh shadows across the linoleum floors that had witnessed countless miracles and tragedies. It was here, in this seemingly ordinary corner of medical salvation, that Kelly Glover first revealed the monster lurking beneath her carefully crafted facade. October 15, 2019, marked the beginning of what investigators would later call the Mercy Murders, though at the time, nobody suspected that death itself had taken up residence in the cardiac care unit. Kelly moved through the ward with practiced efficiency, her soft-soled shoes making barely a whisper against the cold floor. To her colleagues, she appeared to be the epitome of dedicated nursing care, always volunteering for extra shifts, always present when patients took sudden turns for the worse, always there with a comforting touch when families needed it most. But something sinister was brewing behind those doe-like eyes. Mrs. Eleanor Hartwell, aged 73, had been admitted for routine cardiac monitoring following a mild heart attack. Her prognosis was excellent, a few days of observation, some medication adjustments, and she would return home to tend her beloved rose garden. Eleanor's daughter, Patricia, had kissed her mother goodnight at visiting hour's end, never imagining it would be their final embrace. At 2:47 a.m., the monitors began their deadly symphony. Eleanor's heart rate spiked violently, then plummeted into an erratic dance of electrical chaos. Kelly was the first to respond. She always was. Her hands moved with practiced precision, but instead of life-saving measures, she was orchestrating death itself. The official cause would be listed as sudden cardiac arrest, a tragic but not uncommon occurrence in elderly patients with pre-existing heart conditions. The family grieved, the hospital offered condolences, and life moved forward. But Kelly had tasted something intoxicating that night, the ultimate power over life and death. 3 days later, James Morrison, a 58-year-old construction worker recovering from bypass surgery, became victim number 2. His wife, Sarah, had spent every possible moment at his bedside, watching her husband of 34 years slowly regain his strength. The surgery had been a complete success. The surgeon himself had called it textbook perfect. But perfection meant nothing to Kelly Glover. James's death followed an eerily similar pattern. The late-night shift, the sudden deterioration, the frantic but ultimately futile resuscitation attempts. Kelly's performance during the Code Blue was Oscar-worthy, tears streaming down her face as she compressed James's chest, her voice breaking as she called out vital signs, her apparent devastation when the attending physician finally called the time of death. Sarah Morrison collapsed in the hallway, her anguished wails echoing through corridors that had heard such sounds too many times before. But this time, those sounds were the result of calculated murder, not medical tragedy. The pattern was beginning to emerge, though none of the staff recognized it yet. Kelly had an uncanny ability to be present during medical emergencies. Her colleagues began calling her their guardian angel, a title that would later drip with bitter irony. She seemed to have a sixth sense about which patients were about to take a turn for the worse. Dr. Richard Hayes, the chief of cardiology, even commended Kelly publicly during a staff meeting. "We're fortunate to have someone so dedicated and intuitive on our team," he said, his words unknowingly praising a predator for her hunting skills. But Kelly wasn't satisfied with random victims. She was developing preferences, refining her methods, becoming more sophisticated in her approach to murder. She began studying patient files with obsessive detail, learning about their families, their fears, their hopes for recovery. This wasn't just about killing. It was about the psychological manipulation that preceded death, the trust she could build only to shatter in the most devastating way possible. Margaret Chen, a 45-year-old teacher and mother of two, became Kelly's third victim. Margaret was battling leukemia, and while her condition was serious, her oncologist was cautiously optimistic about her response to treatment. She had been transferred to the cardiac unit for monitoring during a particularly intensive round of chemotherapy. Kelly took special interest in Margaret, spending extra time at her bedside, learning about her children's upcoming school performances, her husband's recent promotion, their plans for a family vacation once she recovered. Margaret grew to trust Kelly implicitly, often requesting that she be the one to administer medications and handle her care during the difficult overnight hours. "You're like an angel," Margaret whispered to Kelly one evening, her voice hoarse from treatment but filled with gratitude. "I don't know what I'd do without someone like you looking after me." Kelly smiled, that same gentle, caring smile that had fooled everyone. "Don't worry, Margaret. I'll take very good care of you. I promise." It was a promise she kept in the most horrific way possible. Margaret's death was Kelly's masterpiece of medical murder. Unlike the previous victims, Margaret's condition made sudden deterioration plausible, even expected. But Kelly didn't simply want Margaret to die, she wanted her to suffer first, to experience the ultimate betrayal of trust. Over the course of 3 nights, Kelly slowly poisoned Margaret with a combination of medications that would mimic disease progression while causing excruciating internal pain. She watched Margaret's confusion and fear grow as her condition deteriorated, offering false comfort while secretly documenting every moment of agony in a private journal she kept hidden in her locker. "The light is fading from her eyes," Kelly wrote in spidery handwriting. "She keeps asking what's happening to her. I tell her it's just the disease progressing, and she believes me. They always believe me." The trust in her face as she slips away is absolutely beautiful. Margaret's husband, David, was beside himself with grief and confusion. The oncologist couldn't explain the sudden downturn, the rapid progression that defied all medical expectations. Margaret's children, aged 8 and 11, would grow up believing that their mother's death was simply a cruel twist of fate. But it wasn't fate. It was Kelly Glover's twisted sense of entertainment. By November 2019, the body count had risen to 7. Each death appeared natural. Each family grieved thinking their loved one had simply succumbed to their medical conditions. The hospital administration saw nothing unusual in the mortality rates. Ward 7C handled the sickest cardiac patients. After all, death was an unfortunate but expected part of the job. Kelly's methods were becoming more sophisticated, more varied. She had access to a pharmacy's worth of medications, and she was learning how different combinations could produce different types of deaths. Some victims died quickly, their hearts simply stopping as if someone had flipped a switch. Others endured prolonged suffering, their bodies slowly shutting down system by system while Kelly watched with fascination. Her journal entries became increasingly detailed and disturbing. She developed a rating system for her murders, ranking them based on the victim's fear levels, the family's reaction, and her own sense of satisfaction. She began taking small trophies, a wedding ring from one victim, a family photo from another's bedside table, a child's drawing that had been taped to the wall. But Kelly's greatest thrill came not just from the killing itself, but from the aftermath. She attended several of her victims' funerals, comforting grieving family members with the same hands that had administered fatal doses of medication. She sent sympathy cards, made donations to memorial funds, and even babysat for one victim's children while the parents attended grief counseling. The psychological manipulation extended far beyond the moment of death. Kelly was creating a web of trust and dependency that would make her eventual exposure all the more devastating for the families involved. As 2019 drew to a close, Kelly reflected on what she privately called her year of awakening. She had discovered her true calling, her real purpose in life. The nursing degree, the years of training, the carefully cultivated reputation. It had all been leading to this moment of perfect clarity. She wasn't a healer. She was death incarnate, and she was just getting started. The holidays would bring new opportunities, new victims, and new ways to perfect her craft. Kelly Glover, the vanishing nurse, was about to escalate her reign of terror in ways that would shock even seasoned homicide investigators. But first, she needed to be more careful. A few of the other nurses had begun to notice patterns, asking casual questions about the unusual number of code blues during Kelly's shifts. She would need to be smarter, more subtle, and far more careful about covering her tracks. After all, she had so much more killing to do. Winter descended upon Mercy General like a shroud, and with it came Kelly Glover's most prolific period of murder. The holiday season, traditionally a time of hope and healing, became a nightmare of calculated death under her care. What had begun as opportunistic killing evolved into something far more sinister, a systematic campaign of terror that would claim 15 more lives before the calendar turned. Kelly had learned from her early mistakes. The clustering of deaths around her shifts had drawn some unwanted attention, so she developed new strategies. She began varying her methods, spacing out the murders more strategically, and even started collaborating with other shifts to create alibis. But most chillingly, she began targeting victims based on their vulnerability, not just physically, but emotionally and socially. Her next target was Robert Williams, a homeless veteran admitted for pneumonia. Robert had no family, no visitors, no one to advocate for his care or question his treatment. In Kelly's twisted mind, this made him the perfect victim, someone whose death would go unmourned, uninvestigated, and quickly forgotten. But Kelly underestimated Robert's fighting spirit. Despite his circumstances, the 62-year-old former Marine had survived tours in Vietnam, decades on the streets, and countless battles with addiction. He possessed an innate suspicion of authority that would prove to be both his temporary salvation and ultimate doom. "Something ain't right about that nurse," Robert confided to his roommate, an elderly man recovering from hip surgery. "She keeps coming around when the others ain't here, asking questions that don't make sense. And her eyes, there's something dead behind them eyes." Robert's roommate dismissed the concerns as paranoia, a common side effect of his medications and underlying health issues. But Robert's instincts, honed by years of survival on the streets, were picking up on something that others missed. Kelly's mask was slipping, and he was seeing glimpses of the predator beneath. Kelly realized that Robert suspected something, which only heightened her excitement. She had never dealt with a victim who might fight back, who might resist her manipulation. It became a game of cat and mouse that played out over several nights, with Kelly probing for weaknesses while Robert remained vigilantly defensive. The psychological torture Kelly inflicted on Robert was perhaps her most sadistic work yet. She would enter his room in the dead of night, ostensibly to check vitals or administer medication, but really to whisper disturbing things in his ear while he pretended to sleep. "No one would miss you if you died tonight, Robert," she would breathe into the darkness. "No one even knows you're here. You could just disappear, and the world would keep turning." Robert's journal, discovered later among his few possessions, revealed the psychological torment he endured. "She's trying to break me down, make me give up, but I didn't survive 2 tours in Nam to let some twisted nurse finish me off in a hospital bed. Whatever she's planning, I'll be ready." But readiness meant nothing against Kelly's pharmaceutical arsenal. On December 8th, Robert's resistance finally crumbled under a carefully administered cocktail of sedatives and muscle relaxants. Kelly watched with fascination as the proud veteran's body betrayed him, his respiratory system slowly shutting down despite his mind's desperate attempts to maintain control. "You fought well, soldier," Kelly whispered as Robert's eyes filled with the terrible knowledge of his impending death. "But everyone loses eventually." Robert Williams died at 3:23 a.m., officially from complications related to his pneumonia. His body was cremated 3 days later at county expense, his ashes scattered in an unmarked grave. Kelly attended the brief service, standing in the back as the chaplain spoke to an audience of hospital staff who barely knew the man they were memorializing. The killing of Robert Williams marked a turning point for Kelly. She had crossed from targeting the medically vulnerable to actively hunting the socially isolated. Her victim selection became more calculated, more predatory. She began studying patient intake forms not for medical information, but for social indicators, who had family support, who had advocates, who could disappear without causing waves. Her next target was Maria Santos, a 34-year-old undocumented immigrant recovering from emergency surgery following a construction accident. Maria spoke limited English and had been brought to the hospital by co-workers who disappeared once she was admitted, fearful of immigration authorities. Like Robert, Maria was alone, vulnerable, and unlikely to be missed by the broader community. But Maria presented Kelly with a different kind of opportunity, language barriers that could be exploited for psychological manipulation. Kelly spoke fluent Spanish, a skill she had kept hidden from her colleagues. She used this secret ability to torment Maria in ways that the other staff couldn't understand or intervene in. Kelly would sit by Maria's bedside during quiet moments, speaking softly in Spanish about how she was going to die, how no one would come looking for her, how her family back in El Salvador would never know what happened to her. Maria's pleas for help, cried out in Spanish during the overnight hours, were dismissed by other staff as pain medication-induced delirium. "Por favor, no me hagas daño," Maria whispered repeatedly during her final night. "Please don't hurt me." Kelly's response was always the same: "Nadie te puede ayudar aquí." Nobody can help you here. Maria's death was particularly brutal. Kelly used a combination of medications that induced hemorrhaging, causing Maria to slowly bleed internally while remaining conscious for most of the process. She documented every detail in her journal, including Maria's desperate prayers and her final words calling for her mother. "The Spanish ones are more emotional," Kelly wrote. "Their Catholic faith makes them beg harder, pray more desperately. It's almost musical, the way they plead with their God to save them. But their God isn't listening. I am." By January 2020, Kelly had refined her killing methods to an art form. She had developed different protocols for different types of victims, each designed to maximize both suffering and her own psychological satisfaction. Elderly patients received slow-acting cardiac medications that simulated natural death. Younger victims were subjected to more violent, painful deaths that Kelly could disguise as sudden complications. Her journal entries became increasingly elaborate, including detailed drawings of her victims' final moments, pressed flowers from their funeral arrangements, and even locks of hair cut from their corpses. She was building a macabre collection of trophies that she kept hidden in a false bottom of her bedroom dresser at home. The hospital staff began to notice patterns, but not the ones that mattered. Kelly's colleagues saw her as incredibly unlucky, always seeming to be present when patients took sudden turns for the worse. Some of the older nurses began to whisper about Kelly being a typhoid Mary of medical emergencies. Dr. Hayes, still unaware of the predator on his staff, began assigning Kelly to the most critical cases, believing her presence might somehow provide comfort to dying patients. In reality, he was feeding victims directly to their killer. Nurse Glover seems to have a gift for being exactly where she's needed most, Dr. Hayes noted in Kelly's performance review. Her intuition about patient deterioration is remarkable, and her compassion during family conferences is exceptional. She represents the very best of our profession. The irony was lost on everyone except Kelly herself, who kept a copy of the glowing review in her trophy collection. February brought Kelly's most ambitious project yet, the systematic elimination of an entire family. The Hendersons had been involved in a car accident that left the father, mother, and teenage daughter all hospitalized with various injuries. They were placed in different units throughout the hospital, creating a logistical challenge that Kelly embraced with enthusiasm. Thomas Henderson, the father, was in the ICU with severe head trauma. His wife, Linda, was in orthopedics recovering from multiple fractures. Their 16-year-old daughter, Ashley, was in the pediatric unit with internal injuries that were healing well. Kelly saw this as an opportunity to demonstrate her skills across multiple specialties. She began working extra shifts in different units, volunteering to help with staffing shortages that would give her access to all three victims. The murders were spaced out over 2 weeks to avoid suspicion. Thomas died first, his death attributed to complications from his brain injury. Linda followed 5 days later, officially succumbing to a pulmonary embolism. Ashley's death was the most challenging, as the pediatric unit had stricter protocols and more vigilant staff. But Kelly found a way. Ashley Henderson died on February 14th, Valentine's Day, from what appeared to be a sudden allergic reaction to a medication she had been taking without incident for days. Kelly had introduced a sensitizing agent into Ashley's 4-line, creating a delayed hypersensitive response that would seem completely unrelated to her initial treatment. The destruction of the Henderson family sent shockwaves through the community. The local newspaper ran a front-page story about the tragic fate of a family that had survived the initial accident only to be claimed by medical complications. The story quoted several hospital staff members, including Kelly, who was described as visibly emotional while discussing the family's tragic end. "They were such a beautiful family," Kelly told the reporter, tears streaming down her face for the cameras. "Sometimes life is just incredibly cruel and unfair. All we can do is provide the best care possible and hope it's enough." The article ran with a photo of Kelly comforting other staff members, her performance of grief so convincing that she received commendations from hospital administration and sympathy cards from complete strangers who had read the story. But in private, Kelly was celebrating. The Henderson family murders represented the peak of her abilities. 3 different methods, 3 different units, perfect timing, and 0 suspicion. She had proven to herself that she was untouchable, that her skills had evolved beyond the reach of detection. She was wrong. Unbeknownst to Kelly, a sharp-eyed pharmacist named David Chun had begun noticing discrepancies in medication inventories. Certain drugs were being depleted faster than normal usage patterns would suggest, and the discrepancies seemed to correlate with unexpected patient deaths. Chen's concerns reached the ears of Dr. Patricia Newman, the hospital's new chief of quality assurance. Unlike the previous administrator, Newman was a former homicide detective who had returned to medical school after a 20-year career in law enforcement. She possessed investigative instincts that the rest of the medical staff lacked. Dr. Newman began her own quiet investigation, reviewing mortality statistics, staffing schedules, and patient care records. What she found made her blood run cold. Kelly Glover's reign of terror was about to come to an end, but not before she claimed several more victims in increasingly desperate and violent ways. The vanishing nurse was about to discover that some people couldn't be fooled, couldn't be manipulated, and couldn't be silenced. The hunt was about to begin. Dr. Patricia Newman had seen enough death during her years as a homicide detective to recognize patterns that others might miss. The statistical anomalies she discovered in Ward 7C weren't random clusters of medical misfortune. They were the signature of a predator operating within the walls of Mercy General Hospital. Newman's investigation began with cold, hard numbers. Mortality rates in Ward 7C had increased by 340% over the past 8 months, with the spike beginning precisely when Kelly Glover had started working regular night shifts. But statistics alone wouldn't be enough to expose a killer who had spent months perfecting the art of medical murder. Newman knew she was hunting someone with intimate knowledge of hospital procedures, access to controlled substances, and the trust of both colleagues and patients. This wasn't a crime of passion or opportunity. It was systematic, calculated, and brutally efficient. Her first breakthrough came from an unexpected source: security footage. Mercy General had recently upgraded their surveillance system, installing cameras in corridors that had previously been blind spots. Newman spent countless hours reviewing footage from the nights when patients had died unexpectedly, looking for anything unusual, any pattern that might reveal the killer's identity. What she found was Kelly Glover's face, again and again, always in the right place at the wrong time. The footage showed Kelly entering patient rooms during off hours, staying for extended periods, and emerging with expressions that seemed oddly inconsistent with someone who had just checked on sick patients. In several instances, Newman observed Kelly stopping at supply closets or medication carts before entering rooms where patients would later die. But Newman knew that surveillance footage alone wouldn't be enough. She needed more evidence, and she needed to be absolutely certain before making accusations that could destroy an innocent person's career and life. Newman decided to conduct a forensic audit of Kelly's patient assignments, cross-referencing them with medication dispensary records and mortality outcomes. What emerged was a pattern so clear, so undeniable, that it made Newman's former detective instincts scream with recognition. Kelly Glover had been present during or shortly before every suspicious death in Ward 7C. More damning still, the pharmacy records showed unusual patterns of medication access during Kelly's shifts, combinations of drugs that made no medical sense for the patients who had received them, quantities that exceeded prescribed dosages, and medications being checked out for patients who had no documented need for them. Newman's investigation took on new urgency when she realized the killings were escalating. Kelly wasn't just maintaining her murder rate, she was increasing it, becoming bolder, more reckless, and significantly more violent in her methods. The turning point came with the death of 7-year-old Timothy Walsh. Timothy had been admitted for a routine appendectomy, a procedure so common and safe that complications were virtually unheard of in healthy children. His surgery had gone perfectly, his recovery was progressing normally, and his discharge was scheduled for the following morning. His parents had gone home to rest, confident that their son would be back to playing soccer within a week. Kelly volunteered to work a double shift that night, citing her desire to help with staffing shortages. In reality, she had been waiting for an opportunity like this, a child victim whose death would generate maximum emotional impact and media attention. But killing Timothy required Kelly to take unprecedented risks. The pediatric unit had stricter protocols than adult wards, with more frequent checks and enhanced monitoring systems. Kelly would need to act quickly and decisively with no room for error. "I was just giving him his scheduled medication," Kelly said, her voice steady despite being caught in the act. But Timothy's father, Michael, was a pharmacist. He immediately recognized that the syringe Kelly was holding contained far more liquid than any pediatric dose should require, and the medication itself wasn't anything Timothy had been prescribed. "That's not his medication," Michael said, his voice rising with panic and rage. "What did you give him? What did you give my son?" Kelly realized her game was up. The careful facade she had maintained for months crumbled in an instant, replaced by something far more dangerous, a cornered predator with nothing left to lose. "Your son was suffering," she said, her voice taking on an almost hypnotic quality that she had perfected through months of manipulation. "I was helping him. I was making it easier." Linda Walsh's screams brought security running, but it was too late for Timothy. The medications Kelly had injected were already coursing through his small body, shutting down vital organs and brain function. Despite frantic resuscitation efforts, Timothy Walsh was pronounced dead at 3:47 a.m. Kelly's arrest sent shockwaves through Mercy General and the broader medical community. The woman who had been praised as a compassionate caregiver, who had comforted grieving families and volunteered for extra shifts, was now revealed as a calculating killer who had used her position of trust to murder vulnerable patients. But Kelly's capture was only the beginning of the investigation. Detectives, led by Newman's former colleagues from the police department, began the painstaking process of examining every patient death that had occurred during Kelly's employment at the hospital. What they found was beyond their worst nightmares. Kelly's apartment revealed the full extent of her obsession with death and murder. Hidden in a false bottom of her bedroom dresser was a collection that made seasoned investigators physically ill: photos of dying patients, locks of hair from corpses, personal items stolen from victims' families, and detailed journals documenting every murder with the clinical precision of a scientist and the enthusiasm of a sports fan. The journals were particularly disturbing, revealing not just the methods Kelly had used to kill her victims, but her psychological motivations and the pleasure she derived from their suffering. She had rated each murder on multiple criteria: fear level, duration of suffering, family reaction, and her own satisfaction with the process. "Mrs. Hartwell gets an 8/10," read one entry. "Excellent fear response, good duration, but the family was too composed during the death scene. Next time, I need to build more emotional investment before the finale." Another entry, describing the murder of Maria Santos, was even more chilling. The language barrier was perfect. She knew exactly what was happening but couldn't communicate it to anyone else. "I could see the moment she realized no one was coming to save her. Beautiful despair. 10 out of 10. As investigators delved deeper into Kelly's background, a disturbing pattern emerged from her past. She had worked at 3 other hospitals before Mercy General, and each facility had experienced unexplained spikes in mortality rates during her tenure. But Kelly had been careful to leave each position before suspicions could develop, always citing career advancement or family obligations. The true scope of Kelly's murder spree began to emerge as investigators contacted her former employers. At St. Mary's Regional Hospital, where Kelly had worked for 2 years, hospital records revealed 15 suspicious deaths that couldn't be explained by the patient's underlying conditions. At Children's Medical Center, where she had spent 18 months, 8 pediatric patients had died unexpectedly during her shifts. The most disturbing discovery came from Pine Valley Nursing Home, where Kelly had worked part-time during her final year of nursing school. 37 elderly residents had died during her brief employment there, deaths that had been attributed to the advanced age and frail condition of the victims, but which investigators now viewed with deep suspicion. In total, Kelly Glover was suspected of murdering over 80 people across 4 different medical facilities spanning nearly a decade. She had perfected her killing methods through years of practice, learning to avoid detection by varying her techniques and carefully selecting victims who were unlikely to generate intensive investigations. The revelation that a serial killer had operated undetected in the healthcare system for so long prompted a national conversation about hospital security and oversight. How had someone like Kelly Glover been able to move from facility to facility, leaving trails of bodies in her wake, without anyone connecting the dots? The answer was both simple and terrifying. The healthcare system's implicit trust in its own professionals, combined with the natural assumption that hospitals were places of healing, not hunting grounds for predators. Kelly's former colleagues struggled to reconcile the caring nurse they thought they knew with the monster she had revealed herself to be. Many of them had worked closely with Kelly for months or years, sharing meals, covering shifts for each other, and developing what they believed were genuine friendships. "She was always so compassionate," said Dr. Hayes, his voice hollow with disbelief. "She would cry when patients died, stay late to comfort families, volunteer for the most difficult cases. How could someone fake that level of empathy so convincingly?" But Kelly hadn't been faking empathy. She had been feeding off it. The grief and despair of her victims' families had been her primary source of psychological satisfaction, more important to her than the act of killing itself. She had attended funerals, sent sympathy cards, and comforted grieving relatives not out of guilt or some vestige of conscience, but because their pain was her reward. The psychological profile that emerged painted Kelly as a textbook psychopath with narcissistic tendencies and an unusual form of necrophilia that focused on the process of dying rather than death itself. She was sexually and emotionally aroused by the act of murder, but only when it involved the complete betrayal of trust that her position as a nurse provided. As the full scope of Kelly's crimes became public, the families of her victims were forced to confront a horrifying truth. Their loved ones hadn't died from medical complications or natural causes. They had been murdered by someone they had trusted completely, someone who had held their hands, offered comfort, and promised to take care of them. The psychological trauma inflicted on these families was immeasurable. Parents questioned every interaction they had witnessed between Kelly and their children. Spouses wondered if their partners had suffered, had known what was happening, had died in terror rather than peace. Kelly showed no remorse for the devastation she had caused. When confronted with the evidence during her interrogation, she displayed a chilling detachment, discussing her murders with the same clinical objectivity she might have used to describe a medical procedure. "They were going to die anyway," she told detectives, her voice devoid of emotion. "I just made it more interesting." The investigation was far from over. With Kelly in custody, the real work of identifying all her victims and understanding the full scope of her crimes was just beginning. But one thing was certain: the vanishing nurse's reign of terror had finally come to an end. The question now was whether justice could ever truly be served for crimes so monstrous, so calculated, and so utterly without redemption. The trial of Kelly Glover became a media sensation that rivaled the most infamous serial killer cases in American history. Dubbed the Angel of Death trial by the press, the proceedings would last 6 months and revealed disturbing details about the healthcare system's vulnerability to predators operating within its ranks. District Attorney Sarah Morrison, ironically sharing a name with one of Kelly's early victims, faced the monumental challenge of prosecuting what legal experts called the most complex medical murder case in modern history. The evidence was overwhelming, but the sheer scope of Kelly's crimes created logistical nightmares for the prosecution team. Kelly's defense attorney, veteran criminal lawyer Marcus Webb, initially attempted an insanity plea, arguing that his client suffered from severe mental illness that prevented her from understanding the nature of her crimes. But Kelly herself sabotaged this strategy during psychological evaluations, displaying a level of calculated intelligence and clear understanding of right and wrong that made an insanity defense impossible. "She's not insane," testified Dr. Robert Hare, the world's leading expert on psychopathy. "Kelly Glover is a textbook psychopath who knew exactly what she was doing and chose to do it anyway. She derives pleasure from the suffering of others, particularly from the betrayal of trust that her position as a nurse allowed her to perpetrate." The prosecution's case was built on 3 pillars: overwhelming statistical evidence, damning physical evidence, and Kelly's own detailed confessions contained in her journals. But the most powerful testimony came from the families of her victims' parents, spouses, and children who had trusted Kelly with their most precious possessions, the lives of their loved ones. Linda Walsh, Timothy's mother, delivered the most devastating victim impact statement of the trial. Her words, spoken through tears but with unwavering strength, captured the full horror of what Kelly had done. "Kelly Glover didn't just murder my son. She murdered our trust, our faith in the medical system, our ability to ever feel safe in a hospital again. She held my hand and told me everything would be fine while she was planning to kill my child. She comforted me after his death, knowing that she was the cause of my grief. That level of evil is beyond comprehension." As the trial progressed, more disturbing details about Kelly's methods and motivations emerged. Expert witnesses explained how Kelly had used her medical knowledge to select drug combinations that would cause maximum suffering while appearing natural. Toxicologists testified about the sophisticated ways she had disguised murders as medical complications. Perhaps most chilling were the revelations from Kelly's personal journals, read aloud in court despite objections from the defense. The entries revealed a level of premeditation and sadistic pleasure that shocked even experienced criminal justice professionals. "Today, I'm going to try something new with the cancer patient in room 314, read one journal entry from March 2020. "I want to see how long I can extend the dying process without it looking suspicious. Her family seems very attached, so their reactions should be entertaining." Kelly showed no emotion as these passages were read, sitting stoically at the defense table while families of her victims wept in the gallery. Her lack of remorse became a central theme of the prosecution's case, demonstrating that she posed a continuing threat to society that could never be reformed or rehabilitated. The defense team's strategy shifted to damage control, attempting to spare Kelly from the death penalty by painting her as a victim of childhood trauma and systemic failures in the healthcare industry. Webb argued that Kelly's actions, while inexcusable, were the result of psychological wounds inflicted during a horrific childhood marked by abuse and neglect. "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury," Webb pleaded during his opening statement, "Kelly Glover is undoubtedly guilty of terrible crimes, but she is also a victim herself, a broken person created by circumstances beyond her control. Executing her won't bring back the dead, but showing mercy might demonstrate that our justice system is capable of compassion even in the face of incomprehensible evil." The prosecution was having none of it. District Attorney Morrison systematically dismantled the defense's attempts to generate sympathy for Kelly, pointing out that millions of people survive childhood trauma without becoming serial killers, and that Kelly's crimes were too calculated, too sophisticated, and too prolonged to be explained by psychological damage alone. "Kelly Glover made a choice," Morrison argued. "Not once, not twice, but dozens of times over nearly a decade. Each time she entered a patient's room with murder in her heart. She chose evil over good, cruelty over compassion, death over life. There is no trauma, no psychological explanation that can excuse or mitigate the systematic torture and murder of innocent, vulnerable human beings." As the trial entered its 4th month, Kelly made a decision that stunned everyone involved. She asked to testify on her own behalf. Against the strong advice of her attorneys, she insisted on taking the stand to tell her side of the story. What followed was 3 days of testimony that provided an unprecedented glimpse into the mind of a healthcare serial killer. Kelly's words, delivered in the same calm, measured tone she had once used to comfort dying patients, revealed the true depth of her depravity. "I never intended to hurt anyone when I first became a nurse," Kelly said, her voice steady as she faced the families of her victims. "But I discovered something about myself in that first year at Mercy General. I discovered that I had power over life and death, and that power was intoxicating." She described her murders with clinical detachment, explaining her victim selection process, her methods of avoiding detection, and the psychological satisfaction she derived from her crimes. Most disturbingly, she expressed no genuine remorse, only regret at being caught. "I'm sorry that families were hurt by my actions," she said, the words sounding rehearsed and hollow. "But I'm not sorry for what I did to the patients themselves. Most of them were suffering anyway. I just accelerated the inevitable." The prosecution's cross-examination of Kelly was devastating. Morrison methodically walked Kelly through each of her known murders, forcing her to describe in detail the final moments of victims who had trusted her completely. "Tell us about 7-year-old Timothy Walsh," Morrison demanded. "Describe to his parents, who were sitting right there, how you murdered their healthy son who was scheduled to go home the next morning." Kelly's response revealed the full extent of her callousness. Timothy was an interesting case because children die differently than adults. They fight harder, cling to life more desperately. It was educational. The courtroom erupted in gasps and sobs. Timothy's father had to be physically restrained from attacking Kelly, while his mother collapsed in grief. Even the judge, a veteran of 30 years on the bench, appeared visibly shaken by Kelly's cold description of child murder. During the prosecution's rebuttal phase, they introduced evidence that Kelly had been planning to escalate her crimes even further before her capture. Searches of her computer revealed research into mass casualty events, including detailed studies of hospital infection control failures and medication contamination incidents. Kelly Glover wasn't satisfied with killing one patient at a time, Morrison argued. She was researching ways to kill dozens, maybe hundreds of people simultaneously. She was planning to poison entire medication supplies, to sabotage critical care equipment, to turn Mercy General Hospital into a death trap on an unprecedented scale. The evidence was overwhelming, the testimony devastating, and Kelly's own words had sealed her fate. After deliberating for less than 8 hours, the jury returned with guilty verdicts on all 87 counts of first-degree murder, the highest number of murder convictions in American legal history. The penalty phase of the trial focused on whether Kelly should receive the death penalty or life in prison without the possibility of parole. The prosecution argued that the sheer scope of Kelly's crimes, combined with her complete lack of remorse and her plans for future attacks, made her too dangerous to allow to live. The defense made one final attempt to save Kelly's life, presenting testimony from mental health experts who argued that executing her would serve no purpose beyond revenge. They pointed out that Kelly would never be released from prison and posed no further threat to society if kept in permanent isolation. But the families of Kelly's victims had the final word. One by one, they stood before the court and demanded ultimate justice for their murdered loved ones. Their words were powerful, heartbreaking, and ultimately persuasive. Margaret Chen's widower, David, spoke for many when he said, "Kelly Glover doesn't deserve to breathe the same air as the rest of us. She forfeited her right to life when she decided to play God with my wife and dozens of other innocent people. The only justice that fits these crimes is death." The jury agreed. After 2 days of deliberation, they sentenced Kelly Glover to death on all 87 murder counts, a sentence that would be carried out by lethal injection, a bitter irony given her chosen method of murder. Kelly's reaction to the death sentence was characteristically emotionless. She stood impassively as the verdict was read, showing more interest in her fingernails than in the words that would end her life. Even facing execution, she remained completely detached from the human suffering she had caused. The appeals process would take years, but legal experts agreed that Kelly's case was unlikely to be overturned. The evidence was too strong, the convictions too solid, and the crimes too heinous for any higher court to show mercy. In the months following her conviction, Kelly was housed in a special isolation unit at the state's maximum security women's prison. She spent 23 hours a day in a bare concrete cell, with 1 hour allowed for solitary exercise in a small, enclosed yard. She had no contact with other prisoners and limited interaction with guards. Reports from prison staff described Kelly as a model prisoner who followed rules and caused no disturbances. She spent her time reading medical journals, which prison officials allowed her to access despite concerns about her motivations. Some worried that she was studying ways to commit suicide or harm others, but Kelly appeared genuinely interested in staying informed about advances in healthcare. When asked by a prison psychiatrist why she continued to read about medicine, Kelly's response was chilling. "It's what I'm good at. It's who I am. Just because I can't practice anymore doesn't mean I've lost interest in the field." The impact of Kelly's crimes extended far beyond her direct victims. Mercy General Hospital was forced to implement new security protocols, including enhanced background checks, mandatory psychological evaluations, and sophisticated monitoring systems designed to detect unusual patterns in medication usage and patient outcomes. The scandal also prompted nationwide reforms in how hospitals track and investigate unexpected deaths. New federal regulations required medical facilities to maintain detailed databases of mortality statistics, cross-referenced with staff assignments and medication dispensary records. The Kelly-Glover Protocol became standard practice at hospitals across the country. For the families of Kelly's victims, the end of the trial brought little closure. Many struggled with survivors' guilt, wondering if they should have noticed warning signs or asked more questions about their loved one's care. Support groups formed to help victims' families cope with the unique trauma of discovering that their family members had been murdered by someone they had trusted completely. Linda Walsh, Timothy's mother, became an advocate for healthcare reform and victims' rights. She testified before Congress about the need for better oversight of medical professionals and stronger protections for patients and families. "We trust doctors and nurses with our lives and the lives of our children," she told lawmakers. "That trust is sacred, and when it's betrayed, it destroys not just individual families but our faith in the entire medical system. We can't let another Kelly Glover slip through the cracks." Dr. Patricia Newman, the former detective whose investigation had exposed Kelly's crimes, left her position at Mercy General to establish a consulting firm specializing in healthcare security. Her expertise in both criminal investigation and medical administration made her uniquely qualified to help hospitals identify and prevent future cases of medical murder. Kelly Glover was caught because she got careless and crossed the wrong investigator, Newman said. But how many other Kelly Glovers are out there, still operating, still killing, still hiding behind their medical credentials? That's what keeps me awake at night. As this story concludes, Kelly Glover remains on death row, awaiting the execution of her sentence. She continues to maintain her innocence in interviews with journalists and researchers, despite overwhelming evidence of her guilt and her own detailed confessions. She has become a subject of study for criminal psychologists trying to understand how someone can commit such extensive atrocities while maintaining a facade of compassion and care. The final chapter of Kelly Glover's story has yet to be written, but for the families of her 87 confirmed victims, and the countless others who may have died by her hand in cases that remain unsolved, justice has finally been served. The vanishing nurse will vanish no more, except into the darkness of death row, where she will remain until the state carries out the ultimate penalty for her unprecedented crimes against the most vulnerable members of society. In the end, Kelly Glover's legacy is not one of medical excellence or compassionate care, but of betrayed trust, systematic murder, and the reminder that evil can hide behind the most trusted faces in our society. Her story serves as a stark warning. Those we trust most with our lives may sometimes be the very people planning to take them away. The monster who masqueraded as a healer is finally caged, but the scars she left on the healthcare system and the families of her victims will endure for generations to come. This is the story of Kelly Glover, the vanishing nurse, a predator who turned healing into horror, trust into terror, and care into calculated murder. May her victims rest in peace, and may her name serve as an eternal reminder of the importance of vigilance in protecting the vulnerable from those who would do them harm. The final injection awaits, and with it, the end of one of the most horrific chapters in the history of American crime. If you're still awake, let's move on to our final story. Story 5. The Murder of Sandra Vasquez. In the stifling heat of a Texas summer night, darkness itself seemed to move with chilling purpose. What started as a mother's frantic search for her vanished daughter would unravel a nightmare so grotesque, so chillingly meticulous, it would scar the minds of those who investigated it for years to come. This is not just the story of Sandra Vasquez's murder. This is the chilling account of a predator whose bloodthirsty appetite knew no bounds, whose signature left a trail of terror across 3 states, and whose final victim would become the key to stopping a killing spree that had claimed 17 innocent lives. Tonight, we descend into the abyss of human depravity, where screams echo in abandoned warehouses, where hope dies with each labored breath, and where one woman's courage in her final moments would expose the monster lurking in plain sight. The scorching August heat pressed down on San Antonio like a suffocating blanket, the kind of oppressive warmth that makes sweat bead on your forehead the moment you step outside. Sandra Vasquez had no way of knowing that August 15th, 2019 would be her last day of ordinary existence, her final taste of the simple pleasures that make life worth living. At 28 years old, Sandra embodied the American dream's promise. Her petite 5'4" frame carried the strength of someone who had fought for everything she'd achieved. Dark eyes that sparkled with determination, hair that caught the light like spun silk, and a smile that could illuminate the darkest room. Sandra was more than just another statistic waiting to happen. She was a daughter, a sister, a friend whose laughter had the power to chase away shadows. The morning of her disappearance began with the mundane ritual that had defined her weekdays for the past 3 years. Sandra's alarm shrieked at 6:30 a.m., jolting her from dreams of the nursing degree she was pursuing at the University of Texas Health Science Center. The cramped apartment she shared with her roommate, Maria Elena, was already thick with the humid air that seemed to seep through every crack and crevice of their aging building. "Another day in paradise," Sandra had muttered, her voice thick with sleep as she stumbled toward the bathroom. Those words, captured by Maria Elena's sleepy chuckle, would later echo through courtrooms like a ghostly prophecy. Sandra's morning routine was clockwork precision born of necessity. Shower in 8 minutes to leave enough hot water for Maria. Coffee strong enough to wake the dead, 2 sugars, no cream. A quick breakfast of toast and peanut butter consumed while reviewing her anatomy notes, the pages already marked with highlighter stains and desperate scribbles from late-night study sessions. "You're going to be an amazing nurse," Maria Elena had said, watching Sandra gather her books with the same fierce determination that had carried her through every challenge life had thrown her way. "Those patients are going to be lucky to have you." Sandra's smile in response was radiant, transformative. "I just want to help people, you know? Make a difference." By 7:45 a.m., Sandra was backing her aging Honda Civic out of the apartment complex's cracked parking lot, the radio playing some forgettable pop song that would later haunt Maria Elena's memories. The commute to her part-time job at Mercy General Hospital was a familiar 20-minute drive through streets that were already beginning to shimmer with heat waves. Mercy General Hospital's emergency department was a symphony of controlled chaos on any given day, but Sandra moved through it with the grace of someone born to heal. Her colleagues had grown accustomed to her gentle competence, the way she could calm a frightened child with just a soft word, how she never seemed to lose her patience even during the most hectic shifts. Sandra's got that gift. Dr. Rebecca Martinez had often told the other staff members. She sees people's pain and actually feels it. That's not something you can teach. That Thursday shift was supposed to be routine, 6 hours of filing, answering phones, and assisting wherever needed. Sandra arrived exactly on time, her scrubs crisp despite the humidity, her hair pulled back in the neat ponytail that had become her trademark. She greeted the night shift staff with her usual warmth, inquired about their families, remembered details that others forgot. The morning passed in its typical blur of controlled urgency. Sandra processed insurance claims, scheduled follow-up appointments, and helped elderly patients navigate the labyrinthine hospital corridors. During her lunch break, she called her mother, Elena Vasquez, a conversation that would later be dissected by investigators searching for any clue, any hint of what was to come. "Mija, you sound tired," Elena had said, her maternal instincts sharp even across phone lines. "Just busy, Mama. School, work, you know how it is." Sandra's voice carried that familiar note of exhaustion mixed with determination. "But I'm okay. Really. You take care of yourself, okay? Promise me." "I promise, Mama. I love you. Te amo mucho, Mija. See you Sunday for dinner." Those words, "Te amo mucho," would replay in Elena's mind like a broken record in the weeks that followed, each repetition cutting deeper than the last. As Sandra's shift wound down around 2 p.m., her supervisor, Janet Morrison, noticed nothing unusual about her demeanor. Sandra completed her tasks with her typical thoroughness, said goodbye to her colleagues with her usual warmth, and gathered her belongings with the same methodical care she applied to everything in her life. "See you Monday, Sandra," Janet called out as Sandra headed toward the exit. "See you Monday," Sandra replied, her voice carrying across the bustling department. They were words that would never be fulfilled. The hospital parking garage was a concrete tomb that trapped heat and exhaust fumes in equal measure. Sandra's Honda was parked on the 3rd level, nestled between a delivery truck and a minivan with cartoon character decals covering its rear window. The mundane normalcy of the scene would later strike investigators as obscene. How could such evil lurk in such an ordinary place? Security cameras captured Sandra's final moments of freedom in grainy, time-stamped images that would be analyzed frame by frame. At 2:17 p.m., she emerged from the elevator, keys already in hand, moving with the purposeful stride of someone eager to escape the garage's oppressive atmosphere. Her phone buzzed with a text message, later determined to be from her study group, confirming their evening session at the library. At 2:18 p.m., Sandra reached her car, fumbling briefly with the lock in the way that everyone who drives an aging vehicle knows intimately. She tossed her purse onto the passenger seat, started the engine, and backed out of her parking space with the careful precision of someone who couldn't afford even a minor accident. The security footage showed her Honda disappearing down the garage's spiraling exit ramp at exactly 2:21 p.m. It was the last confirmed sighting of Sandra Vasquez alive. What the cameras didn't capture, what no one could have anticipated, was the figure that had been watching from the shadows, studying Sandra's routine with the patience of an apex predator. For 3 weeks, he had observed her patterns, memorized her schedule, and waited for the perfect opportunity. His name was Marcus William Garrett, though that identity was just one of many he had assumed over his 34 years of existence. A chameleon of evil, he possessed the terrifying ability to blend into any environment, to become invisible while hunting his prey. Standing 6'1" with an unremarkable build, brown hair kept meticulously neat, and pale blue eyes that seemed to look right through you, Marcus was the embodiment of evil hiding in plain sight. The Texas heat outside the parking garage was merciless, turning asphalt into a shimmering mirage and making the air itself seem to wobble with intensity. Sandra drove through the familiar streets of San Antonio, her air conditioning struggling against the oppressive temperature, completely unaware that death was following 3 cars behind. Marcus drove a stolen gray sedan, a 2015 Toyota Camry taken from a shopping mall parking lot 2 days earlier. Its previous owner, an elderly woman named Dorothy Chun, was still posting desperate pleas on social media, offering a reward for its return. Dorothy had no way of knowing that her beloved car had become an instrument of terror, a mobile hunting blind for a predator whose appetite for violence had been steadily escalating. The pursuit began as Sandra merged onto Interstate 10, heading toward the community college where she had a 4 p.m. anatomy study session. Traffic was heavy but moving, the usual afternoon crush of people eager to escape their workplaces and return to the comfort of home. Sandra drove in the right lane, maintaining a steady speed, checking her mirrors with the habitual caution of someone who had learned to drive on busy city streets. Marcus stayed back, allowing other vehicles to serve as camouflage while he tracked his prey. He had perfected this technique over the course of 17 previous hunts, learning from each stalking session, refining his methods with the dedication of a craftsman perfecting his art. His pale eyes never left Sandra's Honda, even as his mind wandered to the preparations he had made, the tools that waited in his trunk, the abandoned warehouse on the city's outskirts where he conducted his most sacred work. The exit Sandra needed was still 15 miles away when Marcus made his move. He had studied the route extensively, identified the perfect location, a stretch of highway where construction had reduced traffic to a single lane, where the shoulder was narrow and escape would be impossible. It was a killing ground disguised as a traffic inconvenience. The construction zone materialized like a concrete and orange barrier maze, forcing traffic into a narrow channel flanked by towering machinery and stacks of construction materials. Sandra slowed with the flow of vehicles, her Honda joining the reluctant parade of commuters inching through the bottleneck. Marcus positioned his stolen sedan directly behind Sandra's car, close enough that she would be unable to see his license plate in her rearview mirror, close enough that his presence would feel like an invasion even before she understood the danger. His hands gripped the steering wheel with barely contained anticipation, his pulse quickening as the moment of contact approached. The collision was precisely calculated hard enough to cause damage and force Sandra to pull over, gentle enough to appear accidental to any witnesses. Marcus accelerated slightly and struck Sandra's rear bumper with a metallic crunch that sent vibrations through both vehicles. Sandra's head snapped forward, then back, her seatbelt catching her rebound as she struggled to process what had happened. In her rearview mirror, she saw the gray sedan, its driver already emerging with what appeared to be genuine concern etched across his features. "Oh God," Sandra muttered, checking herself for injuries before carefully steering her damaged Honda onto the narrow shoulder. The construction zone's noise, grinding machinery, shouting workers, rumbling trucks, created a wall of sound that would mask whatever came next. Marcus approached Sandra's driver's side window wearing an expression of apologetic concern that he had perfected through years of practice. His face was a masterpiece of deception, slightly flushed as if from embarrassment, eyes wide with apparent worry, hands gesturing in the universal language of, "I'm so sorry." Sandra rolled down her window, the hot air immediately rushing in to compete with her struggling air conditioner. "Are you okay?" she asked, her natural compassion overriding any suspicion. It was the question of someone trained to heal, someone whose first instinct was always to check on others' well-being. "I'm fine, but I'm so sorry," Marcus replied, his voice carrying just the right note of distressed sincerity. "My phone rang and I looked down for just a second. I can't believe I rear-ended you. Are you hurt? Should I call an ambulance?" The concern in his voice seemed genuine, his body language non-threatening. Sandra's nursing training kicked in as she assessed her own condition. No serious injuries, just a slight soreness in her neck that would probably worsen over the next few hours. "I think I'm okay," she said, already reaching for her insurance card. "But we should probably exchange information and—" "Absolutely," Marcus agreed, stepping closer to her window. "But maybe we should move the cars further off the road first? That construction traffic is pretty heavy, and I'd hate for someone else to get hurt." It was a reasonable suggestion, the kind of practical thinking that Sandra's mind automatically approved. She nodded, putting her Honda in drive and following Marcus's sedan to a spot behind a stack of concrete barriers that provided shelter from the flowing traffic but also concealed them from easy observation. As Sandra parked and prepared to step out of her car, she had no way of knowing that 17 other victims had made similar decisions, had trusted similar concerned expressions, had followed the same logical suggestions that led them away from safety and into the darkness of Marcus Garrett's twisted world. The space between the concrete barriers felt like a pocket dimension, isolated from the normal world by walls of industrial gray and the constant rumble of heavy machinery. Sandra stepped out of her Honda, already reaching into her purse for her insurance information, when she noticed something that made her pause. Marcus was no longer wearing the expression of apologetic concern. His face had shifted into something else entirely, a mask of cold calculation that transformed his unremarkable features into something predatory and alien. His pale blue eyes had acquired a depth that seemed to drink in light rather than reflect it, and his posture had changed from apologetic to purposeful. "Actually," Marcus said, his voice now stripped of its earlier warmth, "I don't think we'll be needing insurance information." Sandra's nursing instincts, honed by years of emergency department work, screamed danger. The hair on the back of her neck stood up as primitive alarm systems that had kept humans alive for millennia suddenly activated. She took a step backward, her hand still clutching her purse, her mind racing to process the threat. "What do you mean?" she asked, though part of her already knew the answer, already understood that she had walked into something far worse than a simple traffic accident. Marcus smiled, and the expression was more terrifying than any snarl or grimace could have been. It was the smile of someone who had found exactly what he was looking for, the satisfied expression of a predator who had successfully cornered his prey. "I mean, Sandra Vasquez of 412 Maple Street, apartment 3B, he said, watching her face go white as he recited her address. That this was never about insurance. The sound of Sandra's name spoken by this stranger hit her like a physical blow. The realization that this wasn't random, that she had been specifically chosen and hunted, sent ice through her veins despite the oppressive Texas heat. Sandra turned to run, her body moving on pure instinct before her conscious mind had even formed the decision to flee. But Marcus had anticipated this reaction, had, in fact, counted on it. As Sandra spun toward her car, his hand shot out and grabbed her wrist with a grip that felt like a steel manacle. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," he said, his voice now carrying an undertone of barely restrained violence. "Not unless you want to find out what happened to the others." The word "others" hit Sandra like a sledgehammer, confirming her worst fears and opening up vistas of terror she had never imagined. She was not his first victim. She was part of a pattern, a series, a collection. "Please," she whispered, the word torn from her throat by desperation. "Please, I have a family. I'm studying to be a nurse. I just want to help people." Marcus's grip on her wrist tightened until she could feel her bones grinding together. His smile widened, revealing teeth that were too white, too perfect, like the smile of something that only pretended to be human. "Oh, Sandra," he said, his voice now carrying a note of mock sympathy that was more chilling than outright threats. "You're going to help me with something very special. Something I've been planning for a very long time." Marcus's stolen sedan was a deception wrapped in mundane gray metal, its unremarkable exterior concealing modifications that would have made forensic investigators' blood run cold. The trunk had been retrofitted with soundproofing material stolen from a recording studio, its carpet removed and replaced with industrial plastic sheeting that could be hosed clean. Restraints had been welded to the frame at precise locations, their placement calculated through years of twisted experimentation. Sandra's screams were muffled by the duct tape that Marcus had applied with the efficiency of someone who had performed this ritual many times before. Her hands were bound behind her back with zip ties that cut into her wrists each time she struggled, and her ankles were secured with climbing rope that would leave burn marks on her skin. The trunk's interior was completely dark, a sensory deprivation chamber that amplified every sound, every vibration, every moment of terror. As the sedan pulled away from the construction zone, Sandra's world had been reduced to the confines of a space barely large enough to contain her petite frame. The spare tire had been removed to make room, its absence filled with items that belonged in nightmares rather than automotive storage. Lengths of chain, bottles of industrial bleach, a toolbox containing instruments that had never been designed for their intended purpose in Marcus's hands. The drive to Marcus's killing ground took 47 minutes, a journey through increasingly desolate areas of San Antonio's outskirts where abandoned businesses and empty lots created a landscape of urban decay. Sandra spent those 47 minutes in a hell of anticipation, her mind racing through possibilities that grew progressively more terrifying as the sedan's engine hummed its monotonous song of approaching doom. Marcus drove with the calm precision of someone commuting to an office job, occasionally humming along to the radio while his cargo struggled in darkness behind him. He had made this drive 17 times before, each journey carrying a different victim toward the same inevitable destination. The familiarity of the route allowed his mind to wander, reviewing his plans for Sandra, considering the specific torments he would inflict, savoring the anticipation like a fine wine. The abandoned warehouse that served as Marcus's personal chamber of horrors had once been a meat processing plant, its industrial past providing the perfect infrastructure for his current purposes. Concrete floors designed to be hosed down, drain systems built to handle flowing liquids, and thick walls that had been constructed to contain the sounds of industrial machinery. It was as if the building had been designed specifically for his needs. Marcus had spent months preparing his new theater, transforming the cavernous space into a monument to human suffering. The main floor had been divided into sections, each area serving a specific purpose in his elaborate ritual of torture and death. Chains hung from ceiling beams like metallic Spanish moss, their links blackened with the residue of previous victims' final struggles. In the center of the space, Marcus had constructed what he privately called his altar, a raised platform equipped with restraint points and surrounded by an array of tools that would have been familiar to medieval inquisitors. Knives of various sizes and shapes, each maintained with surgical precision. Pliers designed for gripping and twisting. Blowtorches capable of producing flames hot enough to melt metal. And syringes filled with substances that could keep a victim conscious through agonies that should have brought merciful unconsciousness. The walls were decorated with Marcus's most prized possessions, photographs of his previous victims, taken at various stages of their ordeals. 17 faces frozen in expressions of terror, pain, and desperate pleading, their eyes reflecting the knowledge that death would be a blessing compared to what they were enduring. Sandra would soon join this gallery of suffering, her image destined to inspire Marcus during the lonely hours between hunts. As the sedan pulled into the warehouse's loading dock, Sandra could hear the change in acoustics that suggested they had entered an enclosed space. The engine's echo bounced off distant walls, creating an auditory map of vastness that filled her with dread. When the car finally stopped and the engine fell silent, the silence itself was more terrifying than any scream. Marcus opened the trunk with the ceremonial gravity of someone unveiling a work of art. The late afternoon sunlight, filtered through dirty warehouse windows, fell across Sandra's bound form like a spotlight illuminating the star of a show she had never auditioned for. Her dark eyes, wide with terror above the silver duct tape covering her mouth, reflected 1,000 unspoken prayers that would go unanswered. "Welcome to my workshop, Sandra," Marcus said, his voice echoing in the cavernous space with the resonance of a cathedral's vaulted ceiling. "This is where dreams come true, my dreams, of course." He lifted Sandra from the trunk with surprising gentleness, cradling her bound form like a groom carrying his bride across a threshold. The irony was not lost on Marcus. In his twisted worldview, he was indeed welcoming Sandra into a new phase of existence, introducing her to sensations and experiences that would redefine her understanding of what it meant to be human. The warehouse's interior was a cathedral of suffering, its soaring ceiling disappearing into shadows that seemed to move and writhe with a life of their own. The air was thick with the smell of industrial cleaners attempting to mask odors that had soaked too deeply into concrete and steel to ever be completely eradicated. Somewhere in the darkness, water dripped with the steady rhythm of a metronome counting down to Sandra's final moments. Marcus carried Sandra toward the center of his theater, where the altar waited like an operating table designed by demons. As they approached, Sandra could see the restraint points, the drain grates positioned at strategic locations, the array of implements arranged with the precision of a surgeon's tool tray. Her struggles intensified, adrenaline giving her bound form a desperate strength that Marcus found deliciously familiar. "Ah, there's the fight I've been waiting for," he said, his voice carrying a note of satisfaction that was more chilling than anger would have been. "The 17 who came before you all fought, too. Some fought harder than others, but they all eventually learned to accept their role in my art." He placed Sandra on the altar with the care of someone positioning a canvas on an easel, then began securing her to the platform's restraint points with movements that spoke of long practice. Each strap was tightened to a specific tension, each chain positioned at precisely the correct angle. Marcus had learned from experience that proper positioning was crucial. Too loose, and the subject could interfere with the work. Too tight, and unconsciousness might come prematurely. As Sandra's bonds were secured to Marcus's satisfaction, he stepped back to admire his handiwork with the critical eye of an artist evaluating his composition. The warehouse lights, positioned to eliminate shadows and provide optimal illumination, bathed the scene in a harsh white glow that made every detail razor-sharp and inescapable. "Before we begin our dance together," Marcus said, his voice taking on the tone of a tour guide introducing visitors to a museum exhibit, "I think you should meet the others. They've been so eager to welcome you to our little family." He gestured toward the walls where the photographs of his previous victims were displayed like portraits in a gallery of the damned. Each image was mounted in an expensive frame, the kind used to display beloved family photos or prestigious awards. But these frames contained horrors that would haunt anyone unfortunate enough to glimpse them. "This is Rebecca Martinez," Marcus said, stopping before the first photograph in his collection. "A pediatric nurse from El Paso. She was number one, you understand, my first successful composition. I was still learning then, still developing my technique. She taught me so much about the intersection of fear and pain, about the precise moment when hope finally dies in someone's eyes." The photograph showed a woman who might have been Sandra's age, her face contorted in an expression of agony so profound that it seemed to transcend the physical realm and touch something deeper. Her eyes, wide with terror and disbelief, stared out from the frame as if pleading with anyone who might see the image to somehow undo what had been done to her. Marcus moved to the next frame, his voice taking on the reverent tone of someone discussing classical art. "This is Jennifer Walsh, number 7. A veterinarian from Houston who specialized in treating abandoned animals. The irony was delicious. She spent her life healing creatures that others had discarded, and then she became something discarded herself." Each photograph told a story of suffering that began with ordinary lives interrupted by extraordinary evil. Teachers, nurses, students, shop clerks, women whose only crime had been existing in the wrong place at the wrong time when Marcus's hunting instincts had focused on them. Their faces formed a mosaic of terror that would have driven weaker minds to madness. "And this," Marcus said, stopping before the most recent addition to his collection, "is Maria Santos, number 17, a social worker from Austin who specialized in helping victims of domestic violence. She lasted longer than most, almost 6 days, and taught me new depths of what the human spirit can endure before it finally breaks." The progression of photographs revealed the evolution of Marcus's techniques, each image more sophisticated than the last as his understanding of pain and terror deepened. The early victims showed signs of crude methods, hasty work performed by someone still learning his craft. But the later photographs revealed an artist who had found his voice, someone who could orchestrate suffering with the precision of a symphony conductor. Marcus returned to Sandra's side carrying a silver instrument that caught the harsh warehouse light like a shard of captured starlight. The scalpel was a work of art in itself, its blade honed to a sharpness that could separate individual cells, its handle weighted for perfect balance in the hand of someone who understood precision. "Music, I think, is called for," Marcus said, activating a sound system that filled the warehouse with the soaring strains of Vivaldi's Four Seasons. The classical music created a bizarre counterpoint to the scene unfolding below, its beauty and complexity standing in obscene contrast to the primitive brutality that was about to unfold. Sandra's eyes tracked Marcus's movements with the desperate intensity of someone trying to memorize every detail of what might be her final experience of consciousness. The duct tape prevented her from speaking, but her eyes communicated volumes: terror, yes, but also a fierce determination that Marcus had not seen in his previous victims. There was something different about Sandra, something that promised to make their time together more interesting than he had initially anticipated. "The first cut is always the most important," Marcus explained, his voice taking on the didactic tone of someone teaching a masterclass. "It establishes the relationship between artist and canvas, between the one who inflicts and the one who receives. It must be precise, meaningful, and perfectly positioned to create the maximum psychological impact." The scalpel descended toward Sandra's exposed forearm with the deliberate slowness of a conductor's baton beginning a symphony. The blade's edge kissed her skin with surgical precision, parting flesh with such sharpness that for a moment there was no pain, only the strange sensation of her body being open to the outside world. Then the nerves caught up with the damage, and Sandra's scream tore through the duct tape like a steam whistle announcing the arrival of hell on earth. The sound echoed through the warehouse, mixing with Vivaldi's violins to create a harmony of civilization and savagery that would have impressed the most avant-garde composers. Blood welled from the precise incision, its red brilliance standing out against Sandra's pale skin like calligraphy written in the language of agony. Marcus watched the crimson flow with the rapt attention of someone witnessing a miracle, his pale blue eyes reflecting the warehouse lights as they drank in every detail of Sandra's suffering. "Beautiful," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the classical music and Sandra's muffled cries. Absolutely beautiful. Hours merged into an eternity of suffering as Marcus demonstrated the expertise he had accumulated over 17 previous compositions. Sandra's world had contracted to the immediate geography of her pain, the cold metal beneath her back, the bite of restraints against her wrists, the symphony of agony that Marcus conducted with the precision of a virtuoso. The warehouse became a concert hall where screams provided percussion, where the rhythm of breathing grew increasingly ragged, where the only melody was the sound of a predator savoring his prey. Marcus worked with the methodical patience of someone who understood that true artistry could not be rushed, that the most exquisite suffering was built layer upon layer until it achieved a terrible perfection. Pain, Marcus explained during one of his frequent pedagogical interludes, is the most honest form of communication between human beings. When someone is truly suffering, all pretense falls away. All social conditioning, all learned behaviors, all the comfortable lies we tell ourselves about who we are. Pain strips all of that away and reveals the raw truth underneath. Sandra's response was a sound that transcended language, a vocalization that came from depths of human experience that most people never have to explore. Her nursing training had exposed her to suffering, but always as someone trying to alleviate it, never as someone trapped within it with no hope of escape. The reversal of roles was part of Marcus's design, part of his understanding of how to maximize psychological torment. The tools arrayed around Marcus's altar were not randomly chosen but carefully selected based on years of experimentation. Each instrument served a specific purpose in his elaborate ritual, each one designed to create particular types of sensation that would combine to form his masterpiece of suffering. Knives for precision work, pliers for gripping and manipulation, needles for accessing nerve clusters that could send lightning bolts of agony through the human nervous system. The ancient Greeks understood something that modern society has forgotten, Marcus continued, selecting a thin steel probe from his collection. They knew that suffering was not just an unfortunate accident of existence, but a fundamental aspect of the human condition. Without pain, pleasure becomes meaningless. Without fear, courage loses all value. Without death, life itself becomes trivial. As the hours accumulated, Marcus began to implement psychological techniques that he had refined through his previous 17 compositions. Physical pain was only one component of true suffering. The mind's capacity for torment far exceeded what could be inflicted on the body alone. Fear of what was coming often proved more devastating than the actual implementation of that fear. "Tell me about your mother, Sandra," Marcus said, temporarily removing the duct tape from her mouth while keeping his hand poised to replace it at the first sign of an attempted scream. "Elena Vasquez, isn't it? Lives in that charming little house on Rosewood Street with the garden full of roses." The blood drained from Sandra's face as she realized that Marcus knew details about her family, that his preparation had extended far beyond simply studying her movements. The knowledge that her loved ones might be in danger added a dimension of terror that no physical torture could match. "Please," Sandra whispered, her voice hoarse from screaming, barely recognizable as belonging to the confident young woman who had left for work that morning. "Please don't hurt them. They haven't done anything wrong. Take whatever you want from me, but leave my family alone." Marcus smiled with the satisfaction of someone who had just played a perfect chess move. "Oh, Sandra, you misunderstand. I don't want anything from your family. They're perfectly safe as long as you cooperate with me. But if you resist, if you try to deprive me of the full experience I've planned for us, well, let's just say that Elena's rose garden would make an excellent place to bury bodies." The threat against her mother accomplished what hours of physical torture had not. It broke something fundamental in Sandra's spirit, some core of resistance that had been keeping her anchored to hope. Marcus watched with clinical interest as despair flooded her eyes, transforming her expression from defiant suffering to hollow acceptance. "That's better," Marcus said, his voice carrying a note of satisfaction. "Now we can proceed to the more advanced portions of our symphony." Marcus's techniques revealed a sophistication that spoke to years of practice and refinement. He understood human anatomy with the precision of a surgeon, knowing exactly which nerves could be stimulated to produce specific types of pain, which pressure points would create sensations that the brain couldn't properly process. His knowledge of psychology was equally advanced, allowing him to calibrate mental torture with the same precision he applied to physical suffering. The warehouse's acoustics had been carefully considered during Marcus's preparation. Sound-absorbing materials eliminated echoes that might have provided Sandra with auditory reference points, creating a sensory isolation that amplified her disorientation. The lighting was positioned to create a harsh, shadowless environment that eliminated any visual refuge, any corner where her eyes might find relief from the constant confrontation with her circumstances. Each of my previous compositions taught me something new, Marcus explained as he prepared his next instrument, a device that belonged more in a museum of medical horrors than in any modern setting. Rebecca Martinez taught me about the relationship between hope and despair. Jennifer Walsh showed me how maternal instincts could be weaponized against a victim. Maria Santos demonstrated the exquisite agony that comes from knowing exactly what's going to happen next. The progression of Marcus's technique was evident in the sophisticated preparation of his current theater. Unlike his earlier, cruder efforts, his work with Sandra displayed the confidence of someone who had found his artistic voice. Every element was calculated, every detail designed to contribute to an overall symphony of suffering that would represent the pinnacle of his dark artistry. Sandra's responses provided Marcus with a real-time feedback system that allowed him to calibrate his efforts for maximum effect. Her breathing patterns told him when she was approaching unconsciousness. Her muscle tension revealed whether she was fighting or accepting. Her vocalizations indicated which techniques were producing the most exquisite results. The human nervous system is truly a marvel, Marcus said, his voice taking on the tone of someone discussing a beloved hobby. Did you know that the brain actually amplifies pain signals when it detects a lack of hope? It's an evolutionary adaptation. When escape is impossible, the mind tries to motivate the body through increasing discomfort. In your case, Sandra, that means every passing minute makes each sensation more intense than the last. As Marcus worked, he periodically photographed his progress with the same methodical attention to detail that characterized all of his preparations. Each image was carefully composed, lit with professional precision, and captured from angles that would provide the most emotionally devastating impact when viewed later. These photographs would join the gallery of his previous victims, creating a visual record of his artistic evolution. Photography is so important to my work, Marcus explained during one of these documentation sessions. Memory is fallible, but images are eternal. Long after your voice has faded from my mind, these photographs will preserve the perfect moment when your will finally broke, when you accepted that death would be a mercy I might never grant. The camera's flash created stark contrasts that transformed Sandra's suffering into something almost abstract, turning human agony into artistic composition that Marcus would study for years to come. Each image captured a different aspect of his technique, a different angle of his masterpiece in progress. Sandra's awareness of being photographed added another layer to her torment. The knowledge that her suffering was being preserved, that it would become part of Marcus's permanent collection, violated something deeper than physical pain could reach. She was being transformed from a person into an object, from a human being with dreams and aspirations into nothing more than a component in someone else's twisted art project. These images will outlive both of us, Marcus said, adjusting the camera settings with the casual expertise of someone who had performed this ritual many times before. Long after your body has been reduced to nothing more than calcium deposits in some forgotten corner of Texas, these photographs will preserve this moment of perfect truth between us. The flash fired again, capturing Sandra's expression at the exact moment when Marcus's words fully penetrated her consciousness. The realization that she was being immortalized in her agony, that her final moments would be preserved as entertainment for a madman, broke something in her that all the physical torture had not been able to touch. What Marcus had not anticipated, what 17 previous compositions had not prepared him for, was Sandra's unique combination of medical training and sheer stubborn will. Despite hours of torture that would have broken most people completely, some spark of defiance continued to burn in her dark eyes. Her nursing background had exposed her to human suffering in ways that made her more resilient than Marcus's typical victims. "You're different from the others," Marcus observed, pausing in his work to study Sandra's face with the clinical interest of a researcher examining an unexpected result. Most of them would have begged me to kill them by now. Most of them would have surrendered completely to despair. But you're still fighting, aren't you? Sandra's response was barely audible, her voice reduced to a whisper by hours of screaming. But the words carried a weight that made Marcus lean closer to hear them clearly. I've seen worse, she gasped, each word an effort that seemed to drain her remaining strength. In the emergency room, I've seen what real evil can do to people. You're not even close to the worst thing I've witnessed. The statement hit Marcus like a physical blow, challenging the very foundation of his self-image. He had spent years perfecting his techniques, building his reputation in his own mind as an artist of suffering, a maestro of human misery. To have a victim suggest that his work was somehow inadequate, that there existed forms of evil that surpassed his own capabilities, was an insult that he could not allow to stand. Really? Marcus said, his voice taking on a dangerous edge that had not been present before. Well then, Sandra Vasquez, I suppose it's time to show you something that will exceed even your experienced expectations. Marcus's response to Sandra's defiance was to abandon the methodical pace he had maintained throughout the evening. His careful artistry gave way to something more primitive, more directly violent. The sophisticated torture techniques were replaced by crude brutality that spoke to rage rather than calculated suffering. The tools he selected now were not chosen for their precision but for their capacity to inflict maximum damage in minimum time. The careful documentation was abandoned in favor of immediate gratification. The classical music was turned off, replaced by the raw sounds of violence echoing through the warehouse's cavernous space. You want to see real evil? Marcus snarled, his composed demeanor cracking to reveal something genuinely inhuman underneath. You want to compare my work to whatever you've seen in your sterile little emergency room? Let me show you what happens when someone questions my artistry. What followed was a frenzy of violence that bore no resemblance to the calculated torture that had preceded it. Marcus had lost control of his carefully orchestrated symphony, allowing raw emotion to dictate his actions for the first time in his criminal career. The transformation was terrifying to witness, like watching a skilled pianist suddenly begin hammering random keys in a fit of rage. Sandra's defiance had accomplished something that law enforcement agencies across 3 states had failed to achieve. It had forced Marcus to reveal his true nature, stripping away the veneer of sophisticated artistry to expose the crude sadist underneath. In challenging his competence, she had wounded his pride in a way that physical resistance never could. Marcus's loss of control led him to make the first significant error in his criminal career. In his rage at Sandra's perceived disrespect, he abandoned the careful protocols that had kept him undetected for so long. The methodical disposal methods were forgotten, the meticulous cleaning procedures were skipped, and most crucially, the sound-dampening precautions were ignored. Sandra's final scream, produced by Marcus's most brutal assault yet, pierced through the warehouse walls with an intensity that carried across the industrial district's empty lots. The sound reached the ears of a night security guard named Robert Chen, an elderly man who worked at an auto parts warehouse 3 blocks away and who possessed the kind of hearing that comes from years of listening for trouble in dark places. Robert had been making his hourly rounds when Sandra's cry reached him, a sound so filled with agony that it made his blood freeze in his veins. In his 63 years of life, including 2 tours of duty in Vietnam, Robert had heard many sounds that haunted his dreams, but nothing quite like the desperate terror that echoed across the empty lots that night. Jesus Christ, Robert whispered, pulling out his cell phone with hands that shook despite decades of experience with crisis situations. The 911 call would later be analyzed by investigators, its timestamp providing the crucial break that law enforcement had been waiting for. The police response was swift and overwhelming. Units from multiple jurisdictions converged on the industrial district, their sirens creating a symphony of law enforcement that grew steadily louder as they approached Marcus's theater of horrors. The sound of approaching justice penetrated the warehouse walls, adding a new element to the acoustic environment that Marcus had so carefully controlled. For the first time in his criminal career, Marcus heard the sound of his own doom approaching. The sirens grew louder, the radio chatter more urgent, the circle of law enforcement tighter. His perfect theater, his carefully constructed world of controlled suffering, was about to be invaded by the forces of civilization. The industrial district transformed into a battlefield as law enforcement agencies descended with the fury of justice long delayed. SWAT vehicles moved through empty streets like mechanical predators, their searchlights cutting through the darkness as they surrounded Marcus's warehouse fortress. The sound of their approach created a cacophony that penetrated even the sound-dampened walls of his torture chamber. Inside the warehouse, Marcus faced the collapse of everything he had built with a mixture of rage and disbelief. 7 years of careful hunting, 17 successful compositions, and now it was all unraveling because of one victim's unexpected defiance. The irony was not lost on him. Sandra Vasquez, who should have been his masterpiece, had instead become the instrument of his downfall. "Do you hear that, Sandra?" Marcus snarled, his voice carrying a note of hysteria that had never been present before. "That's the sound of your rescue arriving." But if law enforcement was, every surface bore traces of Marcus's activities, every corner held clues to his methods, and every photograph on his gallery walls told a story of suffering that demanded justice. Detective Maria Santos, no relation to victim number 17, led the investigation with the grim determination of someone who had seen too much human evil to be shocked by its latest manifestation. The warehouse's contents painted a picture of systematic brutality that exceeded anything in her 20-year career. "This isn't just a crime scene," Detective Santos told her team as they began the meticulous process of documentation. "This is a museum of human suffering. Every piece of evidence, every photograph, every tool represents someone's final moments. We owe it to the victims to make sure nothing is missed." The forensic evidence linked Marcus conclusively to 17 murders across 3 states, providing closure to families who had spent years wondering about the fate of their loved ones. DNA evidence, fingerprints, personal effects, and Marcus's own meticulous documentation created an airtight case that would ensure justice for every victim. Sandra Vasquez, barely clinging to life when the SWAT team found her, became the key witness whose testimony would ensure that Marcus faced the full consequences of his actions. Her survival was nothing short of miraculous, a testament to the same stubborn will that had ultimately led to Marcus's capture. The trial of Marcus William Garrett became a sensation that gripped the nation, a showcase of evil that forced society to confront the darkest aspects of human nature. The evidence presented during the proceedings was so overwhelming, so graphically horrific, that several jurors required counseling to cope with what they had witnessed. Sandra's testimony, delivered from a wheelchair but with a strength that amazed everyone present, provided the human face that the mountain of forensic evidence needed. Her words carried the weight of someone who had stared into hell and returned to tell the story, someone who had survived the unsurvivable through pure force of will. "He wanted me to break," Sandra told the packed courtroom, her voice steady despite the obvious effort required to speak. "He wanted me to give up hope, to surrender completely to his vision of what suffering should be. But I refused. I refused to give him that satisfaction." The jury deliberated for less than 2 hours before returning a verdict of guilty on all counts. The death sentence was imposed with the rare unanimity that comes when justice is so clearly demanded that debate becomes superfluous. Marcus would pay the ultimate price for his 17 compositions, his symphony of screams finally reaching its inevitable conclusion. Sandra's recovery was slow and painful, marked by surgeries, therapy sessions, and the gradual process of reclaiming a life that had been torn apart by evil. But her survival became a beacon of hope for other victims, proof that even the most determined predators could be defeated by human resilience. The warehouse was demolished, its concrete and steel recycled into new construction projects where they could serve life rather than death. The photographs from Marcus's gallery were destroyed in a ceremony attended by the victims' families, their images finally released from their role as monuments to suffering. But the memory of what happened in that Texas warehouse lives on, a reminder that evil exists in forms more twisted than most people can imagine, and that justice sometimes comes only through the courage of those who refuse to surrender even when surrender seems like the only rational choice. Sandra returned to her nursing studies, driven by an even deeper understanding of human suffering and an enhanced determination to heal rather than harm. Her experience in Marcus's Chamber of Horrors had not broken her. It had instead forged her into something stronger, someone uniquely qualified to help others navigate their own darkest moments. The 17 victims who did not survive Marcus's artistic vision were not forgotten. Their names were inscribed on a memorial that stands in San Antonio's Memorial Park, a testament to lives cut short by evil but not erased by it. Their families found some measure of peace in knowing that their loved ones' deaths had ultimately led to the capture of their killer. Marcus William Garrett was executed by lethal injection 3 years after his conviction, his death witnessed by representatives of all 17 victims' families. His final words were an attempt to claim one last moment of attention, but the witnesses denied him even that satisfaction, watching his execution in silence and then walking away without comment. The case files were sealed, the evidence stored in secure archives, and the story of the Sandra Vasquez murder became part of the dark history that law enforcement agencies study to better understand the minds of those who choose evil over good. But for those who lived through it, who witnessed its horrors or survived its brutality, the story serves as a reminder that even in humanity's darkest moments, light can still find a way to shine through. In the end, Marcus's 17 compositions became something other than what he had intended. Instead of monuments to his artistic vision, they became testimony to the resilience of the human spirit, proof that evil may triumph temporarily but that justice, however delayed, will ultimately prevail. Sandra Vasquez, the victim who was supposed to be his masterpiece, instead became the instrument of his destruction, her refusal to surrender completely becoming the crack in his perfect armor that allowed the light of justice to penetrate his darkness. The warehouse is gone, the killer is dead, but the story lives on not as a celebration of evil, but as a testament to the power of human courage in the face of ultimate darkness. Sandra's screams in that Texas warehouse were not just cries of agony. They were the birth cries of justice, the sound of evil finally meeting its match in the indomitable strength of a single human soul that refused to be broken. Thank you for watching and joining us as we explored these chilling and mysterious stories. If you enjoyed the journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with others who love a good mystery. Also, let us know where you're watching from. I'd love to hear where in the world you're tuning in. We appreciate you being part of this, and we'll see you next time for more gripping stories. Stay safe, stay curious, and keep unraveling the unknown.